Hey guys, so I'm actually in the middle. Hold on. Let me see if I can jump over real fast. I'm in the middle of making dinner. Like I said, I was gonna make spaghetti. I actually made my grandpa's spaghetti tonight. So let me jump over here. I just clocked out of work. I freaking killed it this weekend. This week. This whole work week, including today, freaking killed it. I had 3 interviews today. Every single one of those got approved. Yes. Boom. 3 for 3. 100%. That's how much of a badass recruiter I am. But let me put in the link real fast. I am going to also be doing my food. As you know, it's not really is it really a candy Zoom if I'm not stuffing my face with food? Like, I'm sorry. So I've been working all day and I just made spaghetti. I made sauteed mushrooms with my grandpa's spaghetti recipe, like hands down my favorite thing. So okay, I think I did that. I think I did it right. Hold on. Hey guys. I'm so happy, INFJ, because I've been working so freaking hard. Like, I want that promotion. I want that credibility. I want that raise. Like, I have been busting my butt working and sending them top creme de la creme candidates for my company. Thank you, Street. So here's my pin message. Hold on, I gotta do this real fast. Gotta get my plate. So I'm hungry. I want to get my spaghetti. I want my spaghetti because I worked really hard and I did a really good job and I've been kicking ass and I'm getting mentally better over the breakup and everything. So yeah, I deserve this. I deserve this victory. And I'm not drinking or anything. I'm just like straight up. I think that's good for right now. I'm just straight up reaping the benefits of how awesome I've been doing. So let me add my sauce. I did a meat sauce tonight with sauteed mushrooms. So I think it calls for it. I definitely think it calls for it. I'm so proud of myself. Okay. But it's a dangerous ladle. It is a dangerous ladle. Oh. Okay. It's got some cheese up in there. Okay. If those are off, so now I just need a fork, which I think it's over here. I'm so confused right now. Don't mind me. Okay, fork. Ow. I will get some water, or maybe I'll drink some soda. I don't know. No, I'll do water. I'll be healthy. Oh shit! I almost dropped that. Hold please. I don't know, Street, if you're trying to get in yet. Give me a second and I'll let you in. I need a bit of that. This. Okay. Haha. Haha. I don't know if Ben's gonna go live in a little bit. I'm not sure. Okay. Street, did you try jumping in yet? I can't tell. Hold on. Are you in the land of? Yes, you are. Sorry about that. I need to eat my food. Okay. I gotta be a fatty. I need my food. Look, I made it. I made my grandpa's spaghetti. And if you're asking what makes your grandpa's spaghetti, so with his spaghetti, there are certain ingredients that he adds. He adds, because he's from Texas, right? Like he grew up in Iowa, but he does Texas too. He's like Texas/Iowa. So he adds not only salsa to his spaghetti, but also a packet of chili powder. It was so freaking good. Hi, Street.
What's happening?
I made the best spaghetti ever. It's celebratory Friday. I kicked ass at work. I made my delicious grandpa spaghetti. I'm ready to talk to you about, the mysteries of the universe. What else could be better?
Congratulations on slamming the job.
Thank you. No, seriously, I had 3 interviews today, right? Only 3 slots are available. Booked all 3 of them. I finessed the hell out of each one that I sent over. And each one of them are like so excited. They're like, Candy, I'm so pumped. I'm so thankful that you reached out to me because I got the ones that I poached. And the ones that are referrals from the other ones that I poached from the previous classes. So my entire roster, my pipeline for recruitment is based off of the candidates that I poached. And they're so happy with our company and how I handled everything that they send over their family members, friends, and everything like that. So I rarely ever do people that apply or anything like that. It's strictly poaching and referrals. And that's how you have the best top sales associates that bring in numbers that mean you did really great.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm excited. I'm happy.
What better way to end a work week on a Friday with a happy note?
Like, people don't understand my boss. He's really hard to get a yes from. And I got all 3 yeses all in one day. And I'm like, hell to the yeah. So yeah.
Before I forget, can you get me a job on Netflix?
I mean, what's funny? I don't like Netflix used to talk to me about who they should talk to in the community and stuff. And this was like, I want to say last year or something. But I always brought you up. I always say like, look, no like shade or anything to Cynthia or Justin and all the ones that we always hear from and we've been hearing from since day one. It's like we want to hear from other people. And I said they should talk to you. They should talk to Troy. Because it's not all about the solution. It's about the story. And I'm like, you guys keep missing the story. And the people who understand what could possibly be the story are the ones that never get heard from. So yeah, I tried.
I told Netflix long ago I'm not interested. Long ago.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be Netflix. It can be somewhere else. It's just like hear other people out. I miss that like quality, genuine conversations. It's not all about where you think the treasure was and how you got like tricked out of the treasure. It's deeper than that.
Yeah, it is. I've talked about it many times, man. And it's a personal thing, and it's my opinion. I have an issue with people that yell fraud. I was screwed over. I solved it, and now they're screwing me. I just have an issue with people like that, man. It's not. I think it's a reflection of their overall life where they find themselves now.
You mean fraud or cons?
Yeah, I just have an issue with them. My aspirations, I've been courting 60 Minutes. That's where I'm going. The hell with Netflix. I want 60 Minutes. I want the main line, man.
Heck yeah. But that's the thing though. Even if you're on 60 Minutes, would the world really understand? I'd be more like, I want to be on the History Channel.
Well, I debated that, and 60, it will grab the attention, but the people that, oh shit, I just looked down at my screen. Look, you're superimposed over the Oz. Look at that shit.
What the hell? What's going on? I'm scared. What the fuck?
Well, 60 Minutes, anything 60 Minutes does, if you're interested in it, like if I find a 60-minute article or a show interesting, I'll dive into it and like research it. So yeah, I think 60 Minutes, that's a path I'm going.
That makes sense. But I'm more like aliens. Which you will only find on History Channel for sure.
Well, let's try to help people find it on 60 Minutes, the main line.
So when can we expect you on 60 Minute Street?
I'm anticipating by the end of the. I was thinking about having a party at Doug Preston's house, but I thought, nah, that's imposing, man. I wouldn't want to do that. I'm anticipating the end of summer, like August.
I'll be there. I like it. I mean, if I'm invited.
Of course you'll be invited. You're one of the craziest freaking people out there. Of course you are.
Love it. I'm not gonna lie. I made my grandpa's spaghetti so damn good tonight. I'm like, this is amazing. I'm so proud of myself right now. I'm like, fuck, this is good.
I heard you
No,
say salsa. You add salsa into it? I never heard that before.
Yeah, so my grandpa would add either a jar or half a jar of salsa, and then the packets of the chili powder. And it's like, it's so freaking good. I'm not kidding. It like elevates the spaghetti. Like, obviously, you could add like chopped tomatoes, tomato paste if you want to make your tomato sauce from scratch, or you could just do like a pre-made tomato sauce. But I got this Carbone tomato sauce, like pasta sauce, because I keep hearing about it. It's like Carbone, it's so fancy and everything. So I'm like, okay, I'll buy it. Tasted it today. I'm like, the fuck is this shit? And I didn't have time to go to the store and get like from scratch and everything. So I was like, I'm gonna make my grandpa spaghetti with this because I cannot just do straight up Carbone sauce. This is ridiculous. So I doctored it and I'm like, yes, this is perfection. I love it. Oh, it's so good. I'm sorry. I'm shamelessly stuffing my face right now. I've been busting my ass all day, working so hard. On top of getting my 3 hires for today, I got 2 hires yesterday, which were the only 2 slots available. So it was 100 for 100 for that one too. And then, so I'm at 7 right now. I need to get 11 in total by next Thursday to be able to go to Vegas with the job. So I'm easily going to hit that goal. And yeah, I had to screen and schedule all of Monday because I need to have like the day before approved before I can set the interviews. So on top of doing all that, I had to source and poach 3 more candidates to book for Monday. So I've been a busy bee.
Nice. I'm sure they're happy too because they get a job.
Uh-huh. And I'm like, I got top quality candidates. I love it. I'm so happy. So now I'm gonna celebrate by stuffing my face with spaghetti and talking with you and everyone else about how we piss people off just by breathing.
Well, here's my analogy of that, my overview. I've been hanging around YouTube since like 2011. It's nothing more than just a bunch of opinions. And if you get these, I'll label them trolls, that you're just bound and determined to be miserable. Everywhere they go, they're just fucking miserable. They're unhappy with their lives. So
Yeah.
they found this outlet to degrade other people to make themselves feel better. I just have an issue when someone willingly clicks on to a video that someone made and then says, how dare you? Oh, and then furthers it up by saying, I'm going to sue you for that. But they willingly engaged in a tit for tat. I do a video, they do a video. I do a video, they do a video. And then they get to the point where they say, I can't do this anymore. You're harassing me. Well, you willingly came on and tapped and clicked the button to watch a video. You're actually harassing me. You came to me. I didn't go to you.
So I'm trying to keep track. Is this Bill? Is this Barbara? Like, who are we talking about now? Like, I can't even keep track in this community at this point.
Barb, of course. She's the only one threatening to sue people.
Oh my God. I can't. You know, I was on break, right? And I'm like, I made another coffee so I could be like alive on a Friday. And I turn it on. And I turned it on right at the moment where she was talking about the codex and how I stole her idea about the codex. And I about spit my coffee out. I was laughing so hard. I pretty much almost fell out of my work office chair too. It was pretty funny.
I'm pretty disappointed I'm not going to get an invite to Doug's house. You know he's busy. He just got a #2 New York bestseller. He's busy right now. He don't have time for this nonsense of the Thrill of Chase, for God's sake.
Well, I'm just curious, right? Hypothetically speaking, say she is the chosen one. Say we're all delusional and we're actors and we're terrible actors at that. And we are just trying to make her life hell because she really is the chosen one. If Doug's gonna throw her camp out cake party or pie party, would he do that after she trashed Shiloh, the grandson of Forrest Fenn? I'm just curious.
Well, let's look at let's digress here, shall we? It's a man, huh? A man. But of course, Forrest was just joking. But wait, it was a man announced. He didn't announce to the major media. Didn't announce. He said that's the finder's story to tell. Well, okay. I have an issue with Barb in many aspects, but this in particular. She keeps saying that I changed my solve. I have never changed my solve since I made my first video back on the community in 2019 January when I said I found the treasure. I have never changed my solve ever. I've never courted Netflix. I have no Netflix agenda. I'll make it very clear. I'm courting 60 minutes. Netflix is no. That's futile.
That's futile.
I just have an issue with being grouped in with a thought process that I have never ever stated, ever. And to think that, let's see, it's morphed into the Forrest Fenn family, and now it is Douglas Preston himself. Holy freaking shit. Holy shit. And I agree with you. To go back to what you said, there is no fucking way. No way. There's no way he would want to, in my opinion, engage in anything with Barb after everything she said. No, there's no way. Huh?
Especially about Shiloh. Like, Preston was really good friends with Forrest. Do you think he would, like, Forrest would approve of his friend hosting a celebratory party for a woman who literally trashed his grandson? I'm just wondering. I mean,
well, let's keep in mind within 48 hours, less than 48 hours of the find announcement, which was on a Saturday, Barb at 9:30 something in the morning, Santa Fe time, she filed a freaking lawsuit to steal it, saying, whoa, I don't know what's going on. Of course you don't know what's going on. You didn't solve it, Barb. That's why you don't know what's going on. In my opinion.
And then, in my opinion, too, it's interesting that she refuses to disclose her solve, right? Even though she knows we're all idiots and she's the chosen one. There's no wrong she can do. But she waits for the information about Jack Stoof or the finder or whatever have you to be released. So anything about grid searching, oh, I had that. Anything about what was it? The blaze being broken. Oh, I had that. Canopy of Stars. Oh, I had that. But she waits for the information first to be released and then claims, oh, I had that the whole time. You guys are stupid. I'm the chosen one. Okay, yeah. I will take you seriously, Barb. If you can put something out there before it's verified and shared with the community, and it actually has validity to it, because everyone and their mother thinks that they had Canopy of Stars underneath the Canopy of Stars. The trick is nobody knows the solution, and nobody's supposed to know the solution. That's what Forrest wanted, pretty much. And it's not about the solution. So if you're going to sit here and whine and terrorize and sue the family and Forrest and anyone who farts in the wrong direction, you should at least have some type of conscience to understand It's not about the fucking box of gold or the 9 clues. It's about the story, you damn mean person. Jeez.
Well, here's another issue I have. I have never ever, and she keeps saying these things like it's like 10 people in her mind is all the same person. They're all acting and thinking the same. Well, that's just not true. I have never ever changed my solve. I've never ever, oh, now I think it's in New Mexico. No, I've always thought the ultimate goal led to San Lazaro. I've always thought that.
Same
I've
thing.
never ever once thought I'm not changing. I can't say it enough. I've never changed my solve ever.
Well, that's the thing though. Even though you've never seen your solve, right? Everyone knows my solve was Firehole. 100%. Barb, whether you are truly the chosen one, whether you are smarter than all of us on planet Earth, including Forrest Fenn, which I highly doubt, it doesn't matter if you did fucking solve it. You are not the queen of people and their solutions or their way of thinking. It's called fucking free thinking. And so if someone decides if they want to go from fucking Firehole to New Mexico, they can do that. Sorry to break it to you, hun, but people are allowed to change their minds. But if it really upsets you, please know that San Lazaro is not my solution. It's actually just education, research, and something you would never comprehend. A way of socializing and having a conversation with people and not freaking out about it. So if you want to be included in all these things, because you keep saying we're ostracizing you from things, maybe you should try starting conversation without insinuating everyone's a fucking asshole or someone's an idiot or you're the chosen one and I don't need to hear this from you. Just a suggestion.
I actually, what I believe is playing out in her mind is she down deep knows, yeah, she didn't solve it, but she plays it off like she did. And every time New Mexico and all this, that justifies in her mind her means of her means of action. In other words, she believes when we talk about New Mexico and all, see, now now they believe me. It justifies to her what she has done and how she's portrayed herself. And once again, that's my opinion.
If you ask me, she was kind of exposed the moment she went on Greg's channel and Bear was like, if you believe the chest is still there, even though it's been announced it was retrieved and found, why don't you go there and get it? And she was like, because I don't want to be wrong and waste my gas money. That sealed it for me.
Yeah, she didn't want to face the fact that it was wrong. That's what she was saying in that statement to me. Yeah. Someone that professes, I camped out there, I spent years out there. Yeah, you had no problem going out before it. No, you just don't want to know that you're wrong, which I get it. And I've mentioned it many times. It goes deeper than just this chase. It goes to, we all brought our lives to this, where everything we've experienced up until the point we came across the thrill of the chase, we brought it with us. That's confirmation bias, baggage, whatever. We all brought it. Just some need to justify their existence on this planet more than others. I get it. I totally get it. But at the same time, what upset me with Barb is if you question me or say anything, if I put a video up and you give your criticism or your opinion on it, I'll sue you. That's what I was like, man, I've faced people like you my entire life, man. You ain't nothing new to me. How dare you even? I'll give my opinion. If you don't like it, don't listen to it.
You know what I compare Barbara to? Those people who intentionally go to McDonald's and order the extremely hot coffees and then literally spill it on themselves and then say, well, you are a liability, I'm suing you.
Yeah. Ambulance chasers, I think that's the reference.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, you are the person with those fucking freaking fake eyelashes. You don't have an opinion. You got fake eyelashes, man.
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, because UPS keeps fucking up my deliveries. So I lost my identity. I don't know who I am without them lashes.
Well, when I heard that statement, and I've heard it many times, I'm like, wow, you're grasping now. You're picking on some woman's eyelashes. My God, what the hell? What's the world come to, man? You're grasping for straws here.
Okay, so there's two scenarios with me and Mean Girls and my lashes. One, if you're gonna sit there and talk shit about how ostentatious my lashes are, I'm going to peel them off of my own fucking eyeballs, walk up to you, stick them on your forehead, and let you know that clearly you need them more than I do. Do you think I've not heard that before? Do you not understand? One, I don't think you would ever survive Los Angeles, for one. Two, the most real thing about people in LA are the fucking fake lashes. I'm not kidding. There's boob implants, butt implants. There's called a Brazilian butt lift. They like take some of your butt fat and inject it into your cheeks nowadays. Like, I don't even know. So it's like, when you say I'm fake for my lashes, that is probably the biggest compliment you can give me based in LA. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Well, like I alluded to just a second ago, we all brought ourselves. We brought ourselves to this chase. And when we mix together, there's a lot of hardcore personalities. Maybe it's like an adventurous type personality, but there's a lot of staunch, hardcore beliefs. But if you willingly click on a link, watch a video, and then you make a video commenting on another video, and then they make a video, and it's this nonsense. It's never ending tit for tat. And then all of a sudden they catch you with your pants down with a butt tattoo. And you say, whoa, I can't do this no more. I'm suing you. Stop it. How dare you? Well, you played the game. You willingly jumped in and played the freaking game.
Well, you know what's interesting to me though is that we will be going about our lives, having a great old time, hang out with everyone. We'll jump over to Troy's channel, jump over to Rob's channel, jump over all your channel, everywhere. When we're having fun and we don't care what they're doing, and we're talking about San Lazaro and we're inspiring others in the community to start their channels or come on and share their ideas, that's when it gets her pissed off the most. How dare you socialize and be a beacon of hope for people that don't want to just sit around and listen to my verified pleadings? How dare you?
Well, here maybe it's a generational thing. I grew up with the Sticks and Stones. It was a different time frame back in the 60s and 70s, growing up at a young age. If you are so unstable in who you are and trying to fit into this world, because we're pack animals, we try to fit in. We want to be liked. It's in our nature. But if you're so staunch with the fact that someone's opinion differs from you, and you have to fight and to the point of suing people, you have no clue who you are. You're lost. Or maybe you do have a clue and you're trying to run from it.
All I know is I went through some serious hell, especially starting with the whole COVID thing and almost dying. And it really opens your eyes and your perspective to things. But then when you realize you're in a very toxic, abusive relationship for 16 years and you finally break free of that, and you're very sad, you're depressed, you're questioning your reality because you don't know who you are. You don't really know your identity because you spent 16 years with someone and your identity was how they perceived you or wanted you to be. So you have to take a lot of time for yourself. You got to be okay with being alone with yourself. And you start to really understand who you want in your circle, what you want to focus on, and what really matters in life. And petty bullshit about you, Barbara, is not what I need. And it's not what I want. I have struggled with mental health just because of my own ex and the way my family and everything. So when I say I really feel for you, and I hope one day that you will be able to get over this. And some days I truly do hope you are the true solver. So you could have your camping pie cake party, ode to Shiloh, if it feels better. Okay. I really do. But there are people that just don't care about these vendettas. They don't care if you were a solver or a winner or whatever. They're never going to care. You could sit there with the video from Forrest claiming it was, wherever it was, and the chest and the bracelet on your hand, and people still won't give a shit because it's not their solve. So it's not any slight to you. It's just giving you hard, cold facts. Nobody cares unless it's associated with them. And we just want to find a way to come together, talk about fun shit, and not care about the trivial things in life, such as your verified pleadings.
Yeah. Well, anyone that is shaken to their core and bothered with someone's opinion on a social media platform of who you are, especially if they've never met you, they've just watched your video, you don't know who you are. That's my point in this. The people that get all butthurt and freak the hell out because my opinion or anyone's opinion differs from them, and my opinion or anyone else's question them. That's the bottom line is they don't know who they are. But either that or they're running from who they actually do know who they are and they're running from it. They're trying to hide and portray this. For example, Facebook. Every family portrait, goddamn, that's a picture perfect family. Look at those. I guarantee you, as soon as after that picture was snapped, all hell broke loose, man. It's a portrayal thing. But if you're trying to portray yourself as something you're not, and someone like catches you and questions you, and then you get all freaked out, that's not healthy. That's not mental healthy. I know Kiwi talks about mental health a lot. I entered into the chase, and Barb likes to throw it in my face. You admit that you wanted to piss people off. Yes, there's nothing against the law for what I did. I wanted to piss people off because then that told me they would engage me. If I just nonchalantly, hey, everybody, you don't know me, but this is what I think, I would have got blown the hell off. I jumped in with both feet saying, fuck y'all, I'm the solver, kiss my ass. What you got to say? I encourage people to engage me.
I think you were the only one that came back unscathed. Like you didn't really let that shape how you reacted or how you perceived yourself or how you perceived your interpretation of what Forrest wanted from us. You didn't let that change you. And that is what, I'm still trying to focus on understanding. I think a lot of others need to focus on that. But I really do want to say, like, especially because Kiwi talks about mental health, it is very, very important, especially when you are learning to be alone with yourself. Be respectful and be kind to people who are going through that process. And just, I don't know what else to say. It's just, if you need help, ask for it. But if you see someone who is genuinely going through it, struggling, don't make it worse for them. Don't call their fucking employer and try and get them fired. Don't try to say, I'm going to get a restraining order because how dare you go live and have fun with friends. I mean, the invitation always stands, Barbara. If you want to join, go for it. I'm not, trying to sit here to talk malice about you or anything like that. It's literally, if you want to be a part of the community, you need to put yourself in the community. No one's going to ostracize you. You're basically ostracizing yourself because I feel like you don't give people the opportunity and the credit to show that they're intelligent human beings. Just because they don't agree with you or align with your solution does not diminish their intelligence whatsoever. Yeah. And like, again, it's so shocking to me how she hates us Street, because she fits right in with us with all the talks we have about just the different philosophical rabbit holes we go down. She would be completely down those with us. And I feel like if the chase never existed, maybe she would have been one of those people being like, hey, can I call in? Can I join? This is fun. But it's almost like, I feel like she has to stand away from us now just to convince herself that the only reason she doesn't have the chest is because we're the ones preventing her from having it. I feel like that's the only reason why she continues to have such malice and continuously play the victim when nobody is keeping her from the community. She's only doing it to herself.
Yeah. Well, I'll group Bill in there, seeing that he put up a video today. I'll group Bill in there. To me, that type of person, they don't feel validated in their life. They're lacking validation in their life. That's why they use the word validation a lot, and vindicated. They go hand in hand. They don't feel they don't feel appreciated. And Barb and Bill share this same aspect, in my opinion, psychologically. They're reaching out, and then when they have this glorious thing built in their mind, and we've heard them both say it, Bill and Barb. And I think that's why Forrest said they would make a good couple. I think they would. I'm not saying to be mean or anything. They have both have the basic same mentality, and I think Forrest saw that. They both are lacking in they're both running from something, and they're lacking, and they're trying to cover it up by wanting to be vindicated and validated. It's all about validation with those two, always. But yet again, if you get so upset and it ruffles your feathers so damn much just because someone disagrees with you, you need to stop and look in the mirror. It doesn't matter if you believe it. That's the only freaking thing that matters, unless you're looking and you're lacking mentally, deep down inside. And I'll refer to a childhood, your rate, how you were raised in your early years. Something went awry. It doesn't mean you're damaged. We're all damaged. It just means stop and look at yourself.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I understand, like, so that's why I'm a little bit more sympathetic towards Bill, because I understand it's a more delicate situation. Even though sometimes he could say some really freaking heinous shit. I try and give him as many chances as possible, because I get it. He lives over in Colorado alone with him, like by himself with his dog, Jack, and it's got to be lonely sometimes. And to feel like nobody wants you around, it's got to really eat at you. And it's not like nobody wants him around. It's just that sometimes when you try and have a conversation with him, he gets really upset, or he's like, I'm the true solver. And it's like, this is the thing. Nobody cares if you're the solver or not, even if you were the solver. We're just trying to have a conversation. We're trying to talk about archaeology. We're talking about Atlantis. Of course, I want to talk to you, Bill, about Atlantis, because you're really smart, educated, and you understand a lot of things about Atlantis that I don't even understand. But I can't have that conversation with him because he gets so pissed off that I'm not agreeing that he's the solver. And so sometimes it's fun to talk to him, but other times it's just like, is it really worth my mental health to continuously get put down and beat up by you just because you were not happy with how I agree with if you're the solver or not? Like, it just sucks that there's so many great personalities and minds in this community, but they are not included. And it's not because we don't include them. It's because they exclude themselves because they can't get past their own egos based on validation on whether they are the true thinker, finder, solver, whatever. It's like, put that past you. I put it past me. Street, you put it past you. Like, a lot of us that come on and talk and have great conversations, we put it past ourselves that it's not about us. It's about the story. It's about what you do with your time here. It's not wasting your turn. It's just enjoying the company that you have. It's not, I'm the smartest one in the room. Fuck you. Where's my check? Like, y'all need to learn to differentiate from that.
I don't get upset when people don't agree with me that I'm the solver. It's my job to convince them that I am. I don't get upset. I look at it as a challenge. What's happening, Kiwi? Rob?
Hey. How's it going, everybody?
How you guys doing? Good conversation.
I had all my spaghetti. It was so good.
It looked good too. I was like, she may be hungry.
I gotta send you the recipe, Rob. It's really good and it's not that expensive, especially if you like doctor it. So worth it.
I mean, I try to do regular spaghetti. I can't make spaghetti for nothing.
Like, you can't boil the noodles to make them al dente, or
like the sauce. I could never get the sauce to be like really like Italian spaghetti. You know how it like runs down like on a noodle. Mine's always sticking, and it looks like paste all the time. And I'm like,
well,
no,
you got to stir the noodles when you're cooking them.
I do all that. It's just the ingredients I'm using. It's not right. I just can't get it right at all. I'm Polish, so I'm not good at Italian food, but Polish food.
Well, I mean, like, so when you put the noodles in, like, first you got to boil the water, right? Once the water's boiled, you put the noodles in, and around like the first 2 minutes of the noodles being in the water, you have to start stirring it around, make sure the noodles are completely submerged in the water.
Right.
And you got to continuously stir them so they don't turn into a clump. Because if you don't touch them and they just cook, it's going to be a massive ball of pasta that is mushy and unusable. And I've done it before.
I always stir, but I'm just looking for a good recipe. I'm like, I love spaghetti, but I can never get it right. That's why I don't even try no more.
I'm telling you, just do a packet of chili, half a can of salsa, any type of salsa you like, and then the like pre-made pasta sauce.
Yeah.
There
And
you
chili.
go.
It's that chili powder.
Yeah, not the spicy chili powder, but like chili powder, like what you would add to make chili.
Okay.
Like, hold on, it's this stuff. I always have it on hand because that's the secret ingredient that my grandpa always did for spaghetti. It's maybe I don't have it on hand because I just used it. Hold on. Okay, so see, it's chili powder.
Oh, McCormick. Okay.
Yeah, that's the secret ingredient.
I always see that in the grocery store. I just never pick it up.
You should definitely do it. Whole
yeah.
packet of that. So worth it.
I'm always like to learn something new or try something new.
I gotta pack all this shit up now. I'm tired and I don't want to.
I'll give you an easy recipe, Big Rob.
DoorDash.
Progressive spaghetti sauce.
No, not for. You mean Prego or Progress? What?
Is it progressive or Prego? Yeah, you're right. Prego.
Prego.
I think
Prego.
Prego's the worst one. Prego is the worst like sauce ever.
I think that's what I used actually that I didn't like with the Prego.
Oh God, no! Prego's the worst fucking one, you guys.
That actually is the name I use now, just to think about it.
Well, I never claimed to have taste. Come on, man. Give me a break here. You're hurting my feelings, guys. Come on.
Like fuck
Come
you.
on, you got no feelings. Don't play the victim card.
And we're
I'm
gonna say
suing
whatever
you.
makes the noodle wet.
Don't be for what?
When here's another issue I have. When did it become insulting for people to question your integrity? And then when did that become for people to like question anything you say? And how dare you question me? When did that become out of vogue, man, to question people's integrity and their thoughts?
You can.
When people started learning about cancel culture and being offended by everything.
Damn you, millenniums.
The same generation that if you beat your kid's ass so they don't act like a dickhead, you are an abuser and the problem is you. That generation? Are you talking about that?
Yeah, you got that one right. That one right there.
And that's the same system that judges you on how you do that to your children, which once again, I have to throw this in. There is circumstances that the state should step in. But at the same time, this is the same institution that when that child turns 18 and their head's up their ass and they do something stupid, this system will take their life, condemn them to death.
Oh, yeah.
That makes no sense to me, man. None. Why don't you let me nip it in the bud now? And I understand. I invite you to come in. Yep, not abusing them. I'm teaching them. I just have to use physical force on some children to teach them. That's what they understand. No different than the system that will condemn my child to death. That I'm not trying to kill my child. I'm just trying to keep their head out of their ass. This system will kill them.
Oh, these kids are smart today. I see it in my neighborhood. Like, I'm going to call DCFS on you. I'm like, what? I mean,
well, I have to question the system that says I'm not allowed to bruise my child's ass because they were stupid, but yet you'll kill them when they're 18. What the hell kind of shit's that?
Yeah. A little hypocritical.
Well, at the same time, we got to throw in there is children out there that do need the help because they
Yes,
have
they
no
do.
one, they have
Yes,
no
they do.
responsible adult to look out for them. So there is exceptions to the rule. But it takes 5 minutes. I've told it many times. I've had children's services. I'm not proud of. Well, I am proud of it. Matter of fact, I've had children's services called to my house so many freaking times since 80, 88, 89. I encourage it, man. I look forward to it. Come on in. Let's talk, man.
You give them a cup of coffee and a bagel.
Well, I'll blow my own horn. 5 minutes after talking to me, they're like, "Yeah, we're good." I'm like, "No, we're not. Sit down, man. I'm not done talking. Now listen, I think you people need to start doing this, this, and this." They're like, "Really? We're done?" I'm like, "No, no, we're not. Don't you dare close this case. I got take me to court. I got to put this on record, man."
Absolutely. It's crazy how it's I've kind of alluded to it before, how it seems like they've taken the control and the rights away from parenting and using schools as a intermedium for that. And especially with the younger generations, they're teaching them that the kids have more control than the parent does because the parent don't have any control because they can't discipline their own kids, because if they do, then the kid can sit there and call the cops and child protective services on the parents. So they've learned to use that as a weapon and leverage against how they get disciplined themselves. That, like you said, the government has sat there and kind of ruined that. It's ridiculous. And there's yes, there's exceptions out there, but to make the exception the entire rule is not right. I mean, if a kid needs an ass whooping, to say don't go on the street, there's cars. I mean, you need an ass whooping. I'm telling you what, it's either that or you're gonna get hit by a car. I'd rather you get a tap from me versus a vehicle. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
well,
makes
it's no
sense.
different when a cop pulls up to you. We talked about it. I forget where I was at. When a cop pulls up, they're assuming you're out to kill them right from the get go, which makes them edgy. It's no different in children's services. They assume you're doing something wrong
Yeah.
right from the
Yep.
get go. They put you on the defense. And a lot of parents, if they're not familiar, they're freaking. Oh, and children, they always say, "We'll take your kids." I've always said, child protective services used the wrong way is worse than the IRS. The IRS can take my money. I can make more. Children's services will take your children, for God's sakes, man.
Ashton Kutcher actually has been working on this new networking platform to stop child trafficking. And he discovered that the #1 child trafficking system is actually the foster care system.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Totally. Totally.
It's well, I got to say it many times. There is children. I'm not saying, oh, let them fend for themselves. No, there is children out there that need our help. It's our help. They need our help. But then again, I think it's been blatantly, like you alluded to, Kiwi. It's a blanket. They instantly, you're in the wrong. The minute they knock on your door, you're in the wrong, and they're bound and determined to prove you wrong. Well, that's when I said, come on in. Let's debate this. Okay, tell me what I'm doing. By the way, let me refresh your memory. You work for the same system that will kill this child if they grow up and be stupid. You'll kill them. I'm not trying to kill them. I just bruise their ass, man, for being stupid.
Yeah.
Killing someone, condemning someone to death is not bruising their ass. That's condemning them to death, for God's sakes. But then again, I can't say it enough.
How you keep them from getting shot when they get stupid and fucking get pulled over for being idiots with the cops?
Well, here's the issue we should be talking about. It's the children that does need our help. And like you just alluded to, they're targeted in the system, the state system. When they turn 18, I'm sorry, Kiwi, real quick. When they turn 18 in the foster care, they open the door and kick them out on the street, man. You're done. And they have no one. And the system knows this. Why? Because they've been involved with their life. And they've given them little to no tools to deal with what they're gonna accomplish or face as an adult. That's a travesty, man. We're letting our children down, for God's sakes. Education, all of it. I yield the floor. Sorry, Kiwi.
Yield.
I was just saying that because so we did part of the foster care system. Uh, One of the things that helped me grow as a person is we had to do a parenting class that was required by the state in order to press forward with fostering. And if they had through school in the younger years, if they actually had programs that would foster uh, home with the child to fix the rift versus creating a bigger rift by pulling them out of the family because they, did one thing wrong. It's a lot harder to fix, that many years of separation because of something that could have been just dealt with when the incident was happening and trying to get to the root cause versus just making a bigger cause. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I have a friend who's the lifelong friend, went to school with them. They are the director of the county I live in, Children's Services. And I've had many conversations with her. And it's come to this heroin epidemic. She's basically, and this is off the record. This is all in my opinion. It's hearsay. Legal terms. This is just hearsay. Children's Services in the state of Ohio, in my county, has said, "Man, we're inundated. We don't want these children, but we want to protect them. But we got this freaking heroin epidemic, man." And I've joked, and it's not something to joke about, but that's how I deal with stress and pain. I'll joke about it. Takes your mind off of it. I joked and said, you were bound and determined to take my kids back in the day, and I wasn't a heroin epidemic. I mean, I wasn't a heroin addict, but they're inundated. The system in Ohio, statewide, is inundated with these children that just thrown to the wind, man. And these children will grow up and interact. They will end up being, if not guided now, and loved now and respected now, they will be the ones that be carjacking, killing people at grocery stores so they can get $20. Why keep sending a blind eye to it? And like I said, we've had many conversations. She said, we just don't have statewide in Ohio. We do not have enough to accommodate them. And I would joke back, say, well, you never accommodated them to begin with. You never gave them the tools to survive. You just housed them because no one else would. You didn't give a shit about those kids. You say you do, but you don't. Your actions show it. If you gave a shit about those kids and basically you stepped in, took the parental role, and then dropped the ball. You didn't give them what they needed to survive in society. You just house them till they're 18, make sure they didn't act stupid, and there you go. Good luck. What the hell, man? What, so you can pass them on to the judicial system as an adult? What the hell, man? Come on.
Just a number. Just a number.
Yeah, a
And-
number
and
and
it's
a
sad
budget.
when I
Kiwi,
was
you
in
know how many
military,
times
yeah.
this woman said, we don't have the budget to deal with them. I'm like, then what are you here for? You're telling me you have a goal, but you don't have the money to do it? Where is the money? Then get the money. If you're invested in that child, you're assuming to be more invested in a child than a fucked up parent, and you take custody. Well, you should have the funding to do it.
So I don't know. Fun fact: I learned that the education system receives over at least $1 billion a month in tuition fees and costs like that. And yet our education systems are the way they are is kind of sad. At least
Isn't
to
the
say.
school system, their funding based on the attendance of each student?
No, I'm just talking like how they have like NASA and FBI and the Board of Education or whatever. I mean, it's, one of them, all the schools all together, all their tuitions. I mean, that's a lot of tuitions that are getting paid back each month. And they get over $1 billion a month. I mean, I literally was like, are you kidding me? And the schools are so low funded and low budgeted. It's no wonder why there's a breakdown in the system, because there's a breakdown in the flow of money to help foster that. If you look back at, so there's two different societies. You got the what I call the Eastern world, which are more advanced societies, per se, and then you got the Western world, the Americas. I mean, home life was you're going hunting together because you need to eat. You know, you guys are going swimming together because you guys need to bathe, you need to get something to drink. You guys, your water's right there, and everybody's mom in the tribe was everybody's was every child's mother. I mean, they all shared the same, so that they were all working together. But when the Eastern world come over and it started breaking down the family tribalism per se, I guess, that they were bringing it down to individualism and tearing them apart. And they found ways to break down the togetherness that once was into the individuals, which makes it harder to control. You know, does that make any sense? If you look at how the system is the families, you got fathers walking out, mothers working double jobs. I mean, kids that are 6 bringing a firearm to schools and shooting people. I mean, it's all a form of a system. Sadly, if you put bad people in the right places, they can do terrible things. And that's what I've seen happen in the past years through our country. And I've never really paid attention to it until I got into the service. And I'm about to get out, things 9/11 hit, and then all of a sudden it went from what I was perceiving like a family orientated, everybody cared about each other in the shop. You know, we had barbecues once a month. You know, we were out early every Friday. And then it started becoming to pushing motors out. You got to put these jet engines out. We don't do 12-hour shifts. You guys are putting. And I seen the transition and how the country was going, and it was like we're no longer a family cohesive unit. We're numbers, and we're just cogs in the machine to push things out, whether it be machinery or people. And just like schools, they're push them in and push them out. They've broken down that level of learning of history and family, blah blah blah, whatever that tribes used to get, because that's what they were working together for, versus everybody's out to. Does it make any sense? Probably not. I'll give me 5 seconds. I'll put this train back in the yard. Railroad tracks come down.
I think I just got a couple dozen penny smash, man. Appreciate it. Good looking out.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. You guys are a mosaic of pennies. I like it. But it goes, I guess, if you could have followed along with what I said, it goes with what you guys are saying is there's breakdowns in the systems. And if you follow the money, it stops, and you can see where it starts breaking down in places.
It's sad. It's very sad.
It
And
is.
what I find sad, the older I get, is I figured it out, or I saw the picture I created years when I was younger, and it used to piss me off, and I was young and I had vigor and vim and energy. Now it's just so fucking sad. It's like, God, I feel every child I see walking, especially, you can see them, they're unkept, Well, no, I'm talking about the ones that's lost and unkept. Anyone around them, they look real quick. My heart breaks for them. Being a parent, my heart breaks for those fucking kids, man. It's like your own government has hung you out to dry, man. That's what a government is, a tribe. We belong to a tribe, and we have tribal leaders. And if our tribal leaders are letting our youth fall to the wind, we ain't got it as adults. They don't give a shit about us. If they don't give a shit about our kids, what do you think they give a shit about us for? They don't. As long as you stay alive, healthy, and pay the taxes. That's what we care for. Pay that money, man.
Well, I was gonna say it doesn't matter if you're healthy or not, as long as you're just staying alive. I mean, there's things in the evolution of technology and healthcare that they can use to help, better the lives of people, via whether it be some kind of oral treatment or a gene editing treatment.
Well, I threw the health in there because the more healthy you are, the more money you're going to make and the more taxes you're going to pay. That's why I threw the health in there. They figured out the clue here. Oh shit! If we keep them healthy longer, they'll pay more taxes.
Wait, hold
Yeah.
on, you guys. Hold on. So in chat, Zozo says, "Oh yeah, J Street OTAC. when did you guys begin some dark occult belief like deconstructing the Shy Guy broke out with? What?
Well, that's for you guys,
Um,
not me.
I'll address that first if you don't mind, Candy.
Go for
Shy,
it.
Shy Guy reached out to me a long time ago, privately, emails, phone calls. Um, if you all remember in Thor, he was walking among lions. Just I think he's
Yeah.
deleted now, but he was very he was so combatant with anybody and everybody. I don't think he got along with anybody. Shy Guy went from Forrest is dead, he's the solver, and he wants to send people to a ranch where Forrest is hiding out because he's still alive, and trespass on private property. To JFK, and Forrest was involved with that. DB Cooper. I have never been into the dark occult. Never have. It might appear to some people I am. No, Zozo, I've never been into the dark occult, especially the thought patterns of Frank, ever.
Well, so it wasn't insinuating we're a part of the darker cult. He's saying, when did you guys start discussing it based on Shy Guy's video from today? I haven't seen his video, but remember the whole concept of if you are trying to spread or educate anyone on the true knowledge that we're not supposed to talk about, that is instantly categorized as the opposite. It's the dark occult, pretty much. And it's like, it's not, especially the hermetic code and all that. That is not the dark occult at all. It's society wants you to think that what you are being shared, like whatever's being shared with you, is bad. So you don't listen to it. So you don't subscribe to it. Because the more people that actually listen and hear and educate themselves and understand what true knowledge and spiritual consciousness is, then they're going to stop depending and relying on society and the church and the government. That is what they rely on. They depend and rely on society to give them the power. And if society realizes that they could stand on their own and educate themselves, there is no power with the church. There is no power within the government. It'll be a broken system. So of course they're going to say anything that can educate you, anything that's going to inform you and help you differentiate the truth from the lies, going to be considered dark occult. So
Well,
yeah, we're not preaching dark occult. We're preaching spiritual consciousness. Welcome to like the enlightenment period.
I misunderstood. I
about
misunderstood his question. I did watch Frank's video today, and to equate me and how it was centered to me. The fact that Frank's scared of me, I find it funny. It means I got his attention. But the fact that
Scared of you?
yeah, he's scared of me. That's why he does these. He equated I'm the devil and come to God. Now, this is the same individual that was there pictures of you as a minor that he threw up and he searched
Yes.
your background and shit?
Literally, the street. I filed 2 FBI reports. I have the screenshots for them. Like, I'm not joking. This isn't like acting thing. I'm not an actor, nothing like that. I actually submitted FBI reports on Shy Guy because of that.
Well, does that sound like a God-fearing man as what he's depicting himself? Like I said, Frank knows and I know our private conversations. I know you better than you know yourself, Frank, just to let you know, man. But I find it interesting that he equated me, the Joker, because I always put up the card, I'm the Joker, and he equated me, in other words, I'm an evil devil and come to God because Frank's found God. Get the fuck out of here, Frank. Seriously, come on, man.
I mean, you might as well group me in as evil too, because when I'm on a dating app and I see that you're a verified Christian and I know it's going to be like super religious type of relationship, I'm out. I don't like being forced for certain religions. And my friend Jonathan, who I had a huge crush on for the longest time, I stopped having a crush on him because he's super religious, and there's nothing against, like, I have nothing against people being religious. What I have something against is them trying to suck me into it. And it's like, you can have your faith, you can have your religion, but don't judge me just because I don't believe and subscribe to that religion, if that makes sense. Like, you could have your religion, you could believe in what you want to believe, but I'm over here wanting to educate myself and understand things that we shouldn't be understanding, because that's where the true knowledge and the real truth is. So just because I don't believe in this type of system that we were brainwashed to believe in, it doesn't make me an evil person. It doesn't make me someone who's trying to be your enemy, or that I'm, the devil or doing the devil's work. It means I'm literally educating myself, and I'm making sure that I know how to differentiate myself from society and the church and the government. Try it
Well,
sometime.
I made the comment to Frank, and I put one up on my community page. To the greedy, I am chaos. And he equated the Joker, me. He was talking about me because he put I'm chaos. I equated it to this. To the greedy, I am chaos. And you better fear me, in my opinion. But to the knowledgeable, I'm embroidery, man. And um, I'll leave it at that.
I mean, I don't understand why there's always got to be an us versus them rhetoric. It shouldn't be like that. It should be like everyone should be able to learn from each other. And if, like, that's a whole, like, healthy relationship mentally and societally, being able to hear another person's point of view, their beliefs, and not judging them based on that, listening to them and educating yourself, and allowing them, also allowing you to educate them, so that we could figure out what is missing. It's not like
Well,
wrong.
I'll allude back to the fact months ago, I'll refresh everyone's memory. Frank was saying how messed up the Catholic belief did to him. He just doesn't believe any of their shit now. How dare them do that to him, his psyche. Now he's saying, and it's a natural instinct to run if you're scared of the shadows, and the shadows is the unknown. A closet door, it's the unknown, it's dark, it's shadowy. You don't know what's in there. That's why you're scared. Well, it seems to months ago, Frank was all about how fucked up Catholic did to him and the Christianity. And now he's saying, run to God. That tells me psychologically, Frank, you're scared of the shadow. You have no answers and you're scared. So who are you going to mention? Oh, the devil, gotta be the devil. And that's me. Surprise!
Well, so Zozo saying in chat, Frank didn't find anything there either. He only found what men told him to look for. Who also don't know if any God exists, mind manipulation around round. But then he says, to believe false teachings is BS. To believe other men can say what God is in real life isn't. No, that is lying. Do not comfort their lies. And again, I'm not comforting their lies. I'm saying this all had to stem from somewhere, right? And everything that goes into existence has an element of truth to it. And the trick for me is trying to figure out what that element of truth really is, and why it was manipulated to a point where it was almost unrecognizable after that. So with the whole concept of God and he will smite thee and stuff like that, where does that come from? Oh, well, that's the EA, right? And that is what's the name for the EA again? The tribe of EA, the Anunnaki, and the two different types of gods that they believe, one's the flood and the other one's not.
I don't know.
I can't remember the name right now. Oh my god. It's the one with the scepter and the blue stone stick. Oh my god, I can't remember the name, but it's the main Anunnaki.
The reptiles?
No, not the reptilians. Those are their little bitch servants. Like, remember how the whole concept of why we even exist is they claim that the Anunnaki had us genetically engineered so that we could be slaves to mine for gold, right? Because gold is what the whole universe runs on, right? So when we developed a personality, even though our wardens were the reptilians, they took a liking to us, and the reptilians didn't like that. And so when the first set of slaves that they created rebelled, they created us to think that we wouldn't be able to do that, but they liked us. So they ended up allowing us to be on planet Earth, even though the reptilians originally allegedly had planet Earth. And they pieced out, and they made sure that the reptilians couldn't get to us. So that's why there's different planes and shit. But the reptilians have been trying to claim back Earth this entire time. And we're the problems, but you wonder why our entire planet runs on gold. Like, it's just funny. It's funny. Just read about that shit. It's funny. It's like, isn't that for the 12th planet or pieces of it?
Yeah, yeah. They were mining gold to repair their atmosphere because their ozone layer was deteriorating, and they got tired of doing it themselves, so they created us genetically. And that's God and the devil. Or yeah, God and the devil. God was the Captain Kirk of the mission, and the devil was a scientist. He tried to give us knowledge, the serpent coming down in Garden of Eden. The reptilians was saying, "Nah, man, like you said, we're in charge of it. We want them to be smarter. Give them the knowledge, man. We'll work with them. We can control them."
Well, so, what's fascinating to me is when you talk about aliens, the moment you talk about aliens or insinuate and say that aliens actually exist or existed, you were categorized as insane, conspiracy theorists, stuff like that. But it's like there's been time and time again more than enough evidence and proof that aliens exist. And yet the way society judges you makes everyone say, nope, aliens aren't real, just because they don't want to be judged too. But it's like hardcore facts. We know that aliens are real. We know they exist. To sit here and think that planet Earth is the only planet in the entire freaking universe to have some type of life form is the most egotistical and narcissistic fucking way of thinking I have ever fathomed to know exists. So it's when we talk about God versus the devil, yeah, we are talking about aliens. There is no sugarcoating that. God versus the devil is aliens. And if you go all the way back to ancient Sumeria and the cradle of life, which is Mesopotamia, it talks about how one god stopped the flood and the other god started the flood. And I'm sorry, if you want to sugarcoat, you want to pretend like, oh no, I live in this wonderful society where church is law and the government is truth, go for it. Have fun. But
well, that's a perfect segue into Stuck in Chaselandia made a comment after hearing you and I talking. I think it was one of your shows. I think it was where he made a comment saying, well, of course the older people throughout history learned to navigate from the stars and the planets. There's no aliens. I'm thinking, how the fuck did they know it was a goddamn planet? How did they know? How did they know Orion? How did they know any of this shit? If you are gullible enough to believe, well, of course they found it out themselves. You think man knew the fact that this little light flickering in the sky was either a planet or a star and held significance? How in the hell? If you believe that man learned on himself through his travels throughout the seas that a Venus, Mars, and our solar system were planets, not stars, and blah, blah, and their alignment went with equinoxes and spring and summer solstices, man, you're fooling yourself. You bought into the system, chasing, stuck in Chaselandia.
Well, I'm like, wait, what trusted no? So like another interesting concept. You know how religion is so against Wicca? Well, the entire concept of Christmas and Christ actually comes through Norse mythology for Wiccanism or Wicca, whatever you want to, I don't know how to say it properly in its proper context, but with Wicca, the whole concept for the Christmas tree, it was based off of not only the Yule, but the pine tree and stuff. And then, what was it? The mistletoe? Mistletoe is another concept for the Wicca. And I forgot something else. It goes all the way back to Norse mythology for the Wicca, but that is where it originated from. And then you have Christianity. Like, I feel like that's half the reason why Vikings versus I forgot what era that was, but with God, what was the name of that stupid king that like ran all of fucking Britain? I can't remember his name right now. Huh?
Marcus Aurelius?
No. Oh my
that's
God.
Roman.
No, I can't remember. Anyways, but it was basically they were talking about it's the whole war with the Norse. Okay, so they basically tried to eradicate the Vikings and Norse because of the Norse mythology. And Norse mythology stated that there's not one true God, there are multiple gods. And Christianity was against that. They said, no, there's only one true God, our true God. Your God is obsolete and you're the problem. So they eradicated them because of it. And the thing is, it's like, it doesn't sit right with me that you have to give me a choice on if I'm a good person and if I'm going to burn in hell or if I'm allowed to go into the gates of heaven. I have to conform to your ideals and your ideas that God is only one supreme being. Like, no, I'm going to go there with Norse mythology and be like, yeah, there's a multitude of different gods. That's why they are depicted throughout history on our planet through all fucking timelines and all religions, all cultures that never had a way to communicate with each other aside from the stars. So it's like, yeah, no, I'm going to go there and say there's more than one God and it's not based on Christianity. And there's no hate to anyone for Christianity or Roman Catholicism or anything like that. Yes, Richard, paganism. Sorry, I didn't mean Wicca, paganism. It's just, you don't see people like, okay, the witch trials, how they like burned women at the stake because they understood medicine and plants and everything like that. The people who are sitting there whispering to their plants, their herbs, and their crystals never did a thing to anybody, yet they're the ones that got eradicated and slaughtered. Yet they're the evil ones.
Well, every religious person throughout antiquity, besides Buddhism, they believe in an entity that comes from the stars. That's not a fucking coincidence. It's not. Every one of them throughout, you cannot find a written script on any religion besides Buddhism that does not believe this entity, this supreme being, came from the fucking stars. Come on. Anyone that says my God is the one and only, well, there was gods before you and they all originated from the stars. All of them.
Well, I could be mistaken, but I might not. But I think it says twice in even the Bible that we as men, all of us, are gods with a lowercase g. But I doubt I'm wrong on that.
No, you're absolutely correct because they genetically put their DNA into us, and that's the missing link. I've been questioned. I think I can't remember who did. I can't remember who questioned me on it, but they said, "Listen, how come we've never found the missing link?" Well, that's because we jumped thousands of years when they spliced their DNA with us. That's why you can't find the missing link.
Have you guys seen that movie Lucy?
What?
A movie named Lucy.
Lucy sounds familiar. Is it that the one with Scarlett Johansson?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it just like today's train ride, me and Kiwi were talking about the evolution of communication, and just like genetics, when you're procreating or you're writing a book, or whatever, you're passing the information that you've learned on. That's a form of just making that history go deeper and longer. Okay. Pull up your windows, people. That train's getting real cold. But I mean, it's a good movie because it ties in. I mean, with like, if you think about Forrest Mann, other people that chase Chad or community, things they're doing, things they're not doing, they're all that time consumer that we're doing, and it's that past, present, and future. I mean, we're all still trying to find that information. And like you said, it would be almost ridiculous to think that we're the only things as smart as we are in our time frame, which is only how we look at it, 30,000 years, maybe a million years, depending on how you want to look at the evolution of humans. But I mean, there's billions and billions of light years already advanced civilizations out there in the plethora. I mean, when we look at the stars, I mean, we're only seeing what's readily available to us. We can't even see across the other side of those star systems within our own line of sight. So, I mean, the astronomical proportion of existence beyond us as creatures is, yeah. I mean, when you learn about the history and, the writings, how far writings go back, like the Anunnaki, I mean, just, it's amazing. I mean, yeah, documentation and history is a way of passing on our own self information for our own existence.
Here's where I draw the line, Kiwi, and everyone.
Yeah.
If there's a organized belief system, we'll call it a religion, that will condemn me to the fact that I don't believe in them, then that substantiates them more. The fact that I disagree with them, that gives them cause to basically attack me and condemn me and hold my soul like a carrot over me. I'll go on record.
Your soul's a carrot.
I'll go on record. My soul, each of our souls are ours. No one
That's right.
has control of it. No one. And to even assume you have control of it tells me you have ill will towards me if you're going to hold a carrot in front of me of something that you cannot touch, but you want to convince me you can touch it if I don't believe in you.
Yeah, but
Bullshit.
this
I call bullshit.
like the thing. Just because someone believes in a religion does not fault them. Like, we have a lot of people in the community and my friends that are in the community that are, either Roman Catholic, they're Christian, something. And like, when we talk about religion, specifically Christianity or the Roman Catholics, stuff like that, we are not knocking them, their beliefs and anything like that, or them as a human being. It's just going down back to the root of where it all started and how it shifted history in and of itself. So when we say something about like, we don't agree with Christianity or anything like that, it's not knocking your religion, it's not knocking your beliefs, it's not knocking you as a decent human being. It's just saying, historically speaking, there's some shit that doesn't add up.
Well,
I mean, that's probably one of the reasons why Forrest sat there and said he's more spiritual versus religious. And I mean, growing up, I thought I was religious, but until the latter years, I became more spiritual, and I noticed the difference. One's more controlling than the other, and like you said, if one has more way over you, then how can that one be better than the one that you have more free of? What? Yeah, spiritual is anything, as my wife is educating me on, like nature, the sun, the moon.
I'll speak for myself. I am criticizing Christianity, in particular the New Kids on the Blocks. You have your opinion, Candy. I am blatantly saying I am questioning you guys, man. I am New Kids on the Block.
You're not, though. You're questioning the root of where it stemmed from.
Well, in my defense, when they say you're rotting in hell, street. And Frank is a prime example today. He called me the fucking devil, ladies and gentlemen. That's undeniable. Frank can't say, "Oh no, that's not what I meant." Yeah, that's exactly what you meant.
Yeah,
And
but
I think, and at the same time, I think, oh, are you so fragile in your beliefs that the fact that I have a different opinion jeopardizes your own existence? Oh, hey, hello, Frank. Yeah, I'll do video. Do another video, Frank. I'll do another video. Tip for tap, man.
Open-mindedness.
I'm criticizing people that, especially Christians, the new kids on the block. I'm questioning them where they're so insecure in their own existence and not knowing what's going on that they cling to a belief system that gave them comfort. When I come in and I jerk that nice wool blanket off of them, say, "Aha, I don't think so." And then you're like, "How dare you? You're going to rot. You're the devil." Well, then you got my attention. Okay, let's play. Let's dance. You want to dance with the devil? Come on in.
On a pale moonlit night. That's
Well,
a good movie.
Does anybody think it's ironic pertaining to Christianity when people get on at the end of their rope, the bottom of their hole, they have no hope in life in their mind. And that's the ironic part. It's only in their mind. They believe, I can't, oh God, I can't do this. And what do they go to? I just said it. Oh God. It's something that I'm not to believe in a system that I'm not in control of my own life, someone else is. That relieved them of their burden. They're like, shit, it's not my fault. Hell, I'm just a party here. I question those. I understand their philosophies. I understand what they're doing, but stop and look at the bigger picture. It's you. You are
That's
doing
right.
it. It's not religion. It's you enacting in a belief system. You don't have believe in yourself, ladies and gentlemen. That is God. Because guess what? Kiwi, you said it earlier. We are God. Surprise.
I wonder how many people knew that. And if not, now they know, right? And I think that's part of your imagination where if you look at some of the big things that have helped humans progress the way they have, is some things were impossible. And in their mind, they use their godly talents to find the solution to the impossible, make it possible. I mean, look at what we're doing right now. I mean, this would be like magic if you went back 1,000 years ago, let alone like 2, 3,000 years ago when they thought the world was flat. So
Well,
it's
Kiwi,
interesting.
you did a video today about Alan Watts. Think about this, ladies and gentlemen. How fucking hilarious is it for an organized religion, Christianity, New Kids on the Block, to come up and say, we can help you, when they don't realize you're talking to God. You're telling me you can help me? I'm God. How the hell can you help me?
By helping yourself.
I can help you by making you question yourself. No, I'm God. You can't make me question myself. I'm God, for God's sakes. You're telling me I'm not? Yeah, I am.
Isn't it called the God complex?
Well, no, Alan Watts, we are God. It's Buddhism.
Yeah.
You are God. You can't not
Wait,
be God.
isn't Buddhism the same as ancient Taoism, right? Buddhism is
Yes.
Taoism.
Yeah.
Taoism is not saying we're God. Taoism is saying that we're all collectively connected as one. Like so
Which is
nature,
God.
animals,
It-
organisms. It's not
We're-
technically God in itself. It's
So
connectivity,
if you
emotions, and consciousness.
so I want to change your perspective real quick. And I hope I don't take that long because it might make it easier to understand what we're saying is in nature, what we see is what we see. You touch a tree, it's a tree. You touch a person, it's a person. But in the cosmos, in the universe, it's more than just atoms that we're seeing. We're seeing vibrations and light and frequencies. Nature itself is all types of forms of frequencies. Light that you're seeing in the form of rainbows and stuff, those are frequencies that we're seeing. So everything that is vibrating all has energy. It's just a certain amount of energy in your brain. It's firing synapses. That's energy that's in your brain. The world outside of your body, even outside your skin, is all interpreted through your pineal gland. Would you agree with me? Yes.
Well, yeah, it's all about the pineal
Yes.
gland. That's where divine consciousness stems from.
There you go. So that's your God talent right there. That's you. Who you are is that source of energy that translates all the other energy outside of our body versus all that possible energy that's inside of our mind. When you come up with solutions on inventions and stuff like that. There's a word, I think it's Hebrew, most likely wrong, but it's the cosmos is or the cosmos or God, I can't remember which word it uses, is the total sum of all energy. To include us, the energy that is contained inside of ourselves and our brain, to be when we pass that energy is back into the energy pool that is all, even what we see, the different vibrations, different frequencies, and thus, that singularity of a single right tone where everything vibrates on the right rhythm, I guess, or frequency. Then that's why, I guess, why they would say that if you heard God speak, it would probably crush you and stuff like that. Just because we don't hear frequencies like in light, we can still see frequencies.
Well,
So, I mean,
I'll
this
use-
is all part of the stuff that I've learned that, Alan Watts kind of made me question, the perspective of God and who Jesus was and who I am and nature itself. And it was like, he kind of made it easier to understand that if you, like Nikola Tesla, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think of light, sound, and vibration. And truly, that's all what, we are. I mean, hydroelectromagnetic machines, vast amounts of energy ball up here, how can we? And miner's madness.
I'll break it down even simpler. If according to, and I'll use their own holy Bible to prove this point, if God created everything that we know and see, everything, we are God. We're part of him. How can you deny that? We are God. And Jesus alluded to it. You don't need a church. God is inside you. He just couldn't come out and say, you are God, for God's sakes. That's what Eastern philosophy, Taoism, Buddhism, they don't believe in an entity, an invisible bearded guy that watches everything you do. Even though he couldn't keep an eye on 200 angels that came down and the book of Enoch, where they like mated and made these fucking Cyclops creatures and the Nephilim. And no, he didn't see that. No, but we are God. I'll use their own book. We are God. There's nothing wrong. To them, that's like, you're a heretic. I'll kill you. You're Satan. No, your own book tells me I am. He created me. Therefore, everything I see and interact with, and that's Alan Watts. That's Taoism. That's Buddhism. You are God. How can you not be?
When they teach you through a controlled source that you're not, that only one person was distinguishable amongst the rest of us. And so they labeled him as a man. That's the only thing I can think of. You know what I mean?
Well, and I hate using it's English, and it goes back to what Forrest, the word God. To certain people, religious people, they equate it to an invisible bearded guy sitting on a throne in a city with streets paved with heaven. No, it's just a concept. It's an idea. It's a energy. Don't look at it as a person. Don't give it. Matter of fact, Buddhism says to give it a name will diminish it. It will no longer exist. You can't name God. You can't name source. That's the source. That's the best thing. Source.
That's what I was saying. Like the total sum of all energy or the cosmos, to me, that's God, the creation. There's neither right or wrong, black or white. There's just all energy combined total. There's bits and pieces of it, yeah, and we just happen to be like some of the smartest little ends of that complete singularity, trying to interpret the rest of it to get a comprehension. But I mean, this planet's where it's raining diamonds, if you can believe that. And if not, look it up, because there's planets that it rains diamonds. How does that happen? It makes you wonder. But is that possible? Must be, if they're saying it's true. You know what I mean? So it's, yeah. I don't know where we're going with that geography lesson. Not Kiwi. That's full rail on the crazy train. But I mean, oh, that's what I was saying is, they're teaching you that it's just the one person versus what you're capable of doing if you allow yourself to. But it also on how our surroundings are, what we're afforded to be taught with. You know what I mean? Because if you're stuck
Kiwi,
inside the house all day,
Kiwi, I think
Yeah.
it boils down to the concept of control, especially thought and mental. The
Yeah.
fact that if each individual, 9 billion plus of us, actually realize we are in control, holy shit. A lot of people can't handle that. So I think that's where religion came in and said, you people are too stupid to realize you are God. We have to be God for you. Follow us, listen to us. We got to control you idiots. I think that's where and let's look at the 10 Commandments, for God's sakes. And I'll use the word God's sakes. Look at the 10 Commandments. If you was to read that, it's like, who are they trying to? This must be a fucked up group of people they're trying to control. Look at the 10 Commandments. It's like, keep your dick in your pants. Don't fucking mess with your neighbor's wife. Don't kill no one. Just quit being fucking stupid. That's what the 10 Commandments is about. You stupid fucks. You animals, man. Jesus, what the hell's wrong with you people?
well, I mean, we are animals all the way down to the true sense of it, aren't we? But that was another thing was how I think they used it as not a way to control, to quantify something that they can't have an answer for, but also in the sense that they use religion or spiritual reasons to sit there and create wars and stuff, and it's makes you wonder how much of the positive that they were trying to do versus the negative outcome that happened from those religious or spiritual driven wars. You know what I mean? Even though their causes, some are good, some are bad. I mean, to each their own religion and spiritual followings, I guess. But I guess once everybody kind of gets in the same, I don't know, mindset, maybe they all start thinking alike, because we're all transmitters and receivers. You know what I mean? I mean, we're transmitting and receiving right now.
War is bad. I don't care if it's in the heavens, and we can read. I'll use their book against them again. What the hell? You're telling me gods are fighting each other, and they're getting like the devil and God fought each other, and there was a power struggle. You're telling me the gods are battling each other? Of course, man's going to do it. They're going to emulate their what? Quote unquote gods.
Well, think about this, Street. We argue about which context is the true context, right? The Bible, the book of Enoch, the book of Revelations, all this stuff, right?
Right.
Think about it this way. This is how I think about it. And I've never read any of the Bibles, any of the books. That's why I could say this. Just look for the actual evidence, the real concrete evidence. They recently just found these tablets that literally speak and justify that the Nephilim really did exist on this planet. Think about that.
Well,
And
that goes along with
which book is the one that talks to you about the Nephilim, Street? Isn't that
The book of Enoch.
Exactly.
Enoch was Noah's, Noah,
Yeah.
ark. It was his grandfather, and they both lived to like 900 years old.
Yeah, exactly. So
Hold on.
explain to me
Before
if
you
the
go
book
on,
of
let me
Enoch-
interrupt. Let me interrupt you real quick. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, Enoch, the book of Enoch that was taken out of the Bible in the King James version, he was taken up to heaven. He is one of the prophets or whatever you want to call him that God actually took him to heaven. That's a privilege. Now, I think he's the only person that was ever taken to heaven is Enoch.
Well, so think of this though. So if the book of Enoch, which is what is banned and what nobody wants you to have access to, which again comes back to divine consciousness, if the book of Enoch is the only book that talks of the Nephilim existing, then I'm gonna go out on a limb and say if any book I'm going to be educating myself on, it's gonna be the book of Enoch. It's not gonna be the Bible. It's not gonna be the Book of Mormon. Hell no. It's not going to be the Book of Revelations, which I think the Book of Revelations more is astronomical, Nostradamus, Plato type thing, right? Which I do like that. But the original Bible, I'm sorry, I read part of it when I was a kid for the kids Bible, but it does not sit right with me. And I'm not saying that to knock anyone's religion. I'm saying, where is the historical concrete evidence of the actual Bible that they preach of and say thou shalt not do all that stuff, when the one that's banned, the one that you're not allowed to have access to, there is evidence that this actually existed and actually happened? Like, I'm sorry, if you have someone that is scientific based, like, oh, a science has been proven, so I believe science over magic or whatever, mysticism, like, think about it. You can go online and you can find actual historical evidence that justifies and proves that the Nephilim did exist.
Well,
So
if you
yeah,
think about
I'm
the
gonna go
timeframe,
for the Book of Enoch. Thanks.
when the Bible was being created or established, if I'm not mistaken, ish. I mean, that was during the Romans. And
Yeah, the Romans are the fucking
when
bane of his
did
existence.
the Roman
Emperor
Catholics start?
Nero is the reason why
Probably
everything got
around
fucked
the
up.
same time frame, if I'm not mistaken. Look at the Vatican and being its own country within itself.
Dude, the Vatican is like
Oh,
what's world. The Vatican is literally hoarding all of the book of knowledge, like all the books of knowledge, including the last book of Nostradamus.
They're
well, they
not
have the
hoarding. Hold on. They're
manpower to
not
go out
hoarding
and seek out
knowledge.
information.
Hold on. In my opinion, the Vatican is not hoarding knowledge. They're hoarding the truth. They're hiding the fucking
Truth
truth
is knowledge.
well, no, the truth. No, they don't know that it's not the truth. They're holding knowledge of the fact that what we're talking about, these gods, quote unquote, are actually space travelers. That's what they're hoarding. They're not hoarding the knowledge to like the meaning of life and universe. No, they're not. They have no fucking clue.
Well, you know what's fascinating to me? You know how we keep talking about like history repeats itself, and or not history repeats itself, that like all different religions and stories and stuff, it's all the same point of view, same story, it's just different interpretations, different concepts. Um if you think about how the Vatican, this is how I found all this, because that book that I found that I'm pretty sure is tied to Forrest because of the turtle dove in the moon signature. They talked about El Cid. Have you ever heard of El Cid Street?
You mentioned it a few times, yeah.
Yeah, so El Cid is who they believe is the real concept of King Arthur. So if Parzival and King Arthur are associated with the Grail, and the Grail is associated with the Seven Cities of Gold, different comparisons. El Cid is a very fascinating figure, especially because he traces back to the King of Leon. And the King of Leon is the most important piece of information you can connect when it comes to the conquistadors and their quest for the Seven Cities of Gold. So it's fascinating that, again, that book had a historian who taught at Texas A&M University, got a personal invitation from the Vatican themselves to go to the Vatican Library, which is damn near unheard of, by the way, and have full access to anything they wanted. And the first thing they went for was El Cid. and this is coming from someone who chases the grail, and I'm not saying me. This person, the historian, they're obsessed with Roger Sherman Loomis and everything else, and it associates with the grail, but they're going, oh, it's El Cid. That goes back to Toledo, Spain. So
Well,
that's
the Roman Empire was in league with Spain. Spain had so much power in the Europes at one point in time. They were trying to get that
exactly.
hierarchy. When they got that religion and tied with them, it helped with their expansion over into the New World, using religion for their conquest.
Spaniards are the ones that had the Spanish ships that sank that, as the Atosha. And the Atosha goes back to San Lazaro because that plate and the ring all stems from the Atosha, which goes back to the King of Leon in Spain for Toledo, Spain. So it's a never-ending whirlwind of the facts and the truth are being hoarded the entire time. I'm just saying, I find it fascinating, especially because if you go back to history, or not as far back, but you go far back enough, Emperor Nero is the one that fucked everything up, and Emperor Nero and his bloodline are the ones that run our country that we have now. But Emperor Nero was the one that made sure that the ancient Druids were pretty much eradicated, because the ancient Druids were the one that practiced what is now what you would know as ancient Taoism, right? And Emperor Nero is the one that started to force Roman Catholicism down our throats. And that's where the whole truth in the religions and everything like that starts going south, is because they wanted to shut up the ancient Druids. They wanted to shut up about paganism, Norse mythology, and force feed you a false narrative of the Roman Catholics.
The Druids had nothing to do with Taoism. Nothing.
No,
Taoism came from the
it's
Far
the same
East.
concept. No, Street, you cannot win me there, because one, my ancestors were the ancient Druids, so I know that shit. Secondly, their same practices are exactly the same as Taoism. 100%. 100%.
Okay, then let me ask you this: did the Druids have a written a written record of their beliefs before the Far East?
No,
No, they did not.
So no, let me finish. The Druids were not one to document anything. They did practice. So they would spend 15 years to practice and remember and recall all the ancient teachings and wisdoms. And the only record we have on the Druids is based off of the same assholes that fucking murdered them. There is no written record because they didn't keep one, but their beliefs and their practices are the exact same as ancient Taoism, that we're all one, that's all energy, everything like that. It's not about sacrifice. It's not about all the fucked up weird shit you read about, because again, the only stuff that's been documented about them is the shit that Emperor Nero and his stupid little bitch people documented. Like, this is a whole entire religion and people and way of life that did not document anything. They passed it on by story.
Stonehenge is Druid, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then I agree with you. I spoke out of turn. Yes, they were on the same page. I agree with you. I'll change my position. Yeah.
Because I'm like, I will catch you on that one.
Earlier, when I was talking about energy and stuff, if you look at how they use chakras in a person's, when they're looking at a person, they talk about chakras for a person's aura, or the word Reiki, how people use energy healing. It's all tying into that, learning how to tie into that energy pool that is all around us, constant flowing. You know what I mean? So it's part of the same energy that's in our brain. I think there was a man that walked around this planet that learned how to use not just one type of spiritual practice, but several, and was able to attune his body in a way that he was able to manipulate the energy as in effect to even try to heal people. Believe me or not, I mean, they use frequency to to kill cancer cells. So
Kiwi, actually in Eastern temples, Tibet, China, they actually speak of Christ, the time Christ was alive, according to our timeline. They speak of a white, well, not a white, but a visitor from a Eastern land that will come, and they told all the temple gurus, open your door to him and let him read the library. And guess what? We have missing years in, according to the Bible, there's certain years that Jesus just disappears. There's no record of him. Well, Eastern philosophy does have a record of him, saying every guru temple leader was well aware of the fact that this visitor from an Eastern land would come, and they were supposed to open their library to him. And that's his missing years.
I would agree with you.
Yeah. I'm glad someone does. No, I'm not making this shit up. I read this.
No,
They made the
I know.
link.
I heard it. I think I was watching a show about it. Or
Yeah.
maybe I did read like a link you did about that.
Yeah.
How they
I've
were
alluded to it many times in like videos, video links in my videos. Yes, it equates to his missing years. And that's not coincidence. That's not wishful thinking. It was they were on a, think about it. Jesus himself was, we could label him the greatest thinker. Hell, we got AD, BC. Our whole timeline is based on Jesus. Now that tells me this is an influential man in the world history overall. Yep. And what was he known for? Thinking. He was the thinker.
Wait, wasn't there something created by Michelangelo called The Thinker?
I think that's, well.
Is that the painting where they're touching, God touching a man or something like that?
No, that's not The Thinker. The Thinker is the one that's posed.
Yeah, that 16th chapel, I think, is that God touching humans.
Yeah, that's Sistine Chapel, but let me see, The Thinker. I know it's Michelangelo that did it.
One of the turtles?
No, oh, not the turtles. Oh wait, no. Actually, it wasn't Michelangelo, I guess. I see Rodin.
Well, what happens to a person when they realize they are in control? It's not something else. It's not an invisible entity. What happens to them when they actually realize they have the control to manifest anything? Total anarchy, man. There's a lot of sick people out there.
Well, that's why people that practice and believe in manifestation are seen as absolute cockadoodles, because if people were actually told, hey, again, we're all based on energy, the universe is based on energy, and manifesting good energy will bring good things, yeah, it would be absolute chaos.
Well, that's the beauty of the path, and I call it the path of spirituality, the path of enlightenment. You don't, once you walk it, the longer you walk it, the more you respect it, and the more you're able to understand it and absorb it. And once, and the end of that path, you realize you are, that's what spirituality is. You are God. And I'm using quote unquote God as a religion. You are it. You are fucking it. How can anything bother you? You are it. You're playing a game with yourself to convince you. Hinduism, which is, might I remind everyone, 3,500 years older than Christianity. They basically say you're fooling yourself. Until you realize you are God, you're just playing the game. You like gurus. You come up and say, what is the meaning of life? And they'll laugh and say, yeah, that's a nice charade you're playing. What
the
do you
meaning
like?
of life is the answer to life is 42.
Yeah, I mean, it's a charade. We're fooling ourselves as individuals that we're not it. And It, God, same thing. We are it. And the Bible tells us we are it. We're part of him. He made us.
What would you consider what the belief or religious system was for the ancient Mesopotamia?
They brought, in my opinion, the powers to be, quote unquote, they brought their knowledge and technology from another plane, another planet, trying to educate, let's see, a group of people that they had to give the 10 Commandments to. What's the first one? Keep your dick in your pants. Quit looking, quit ogling your
Mesopotamia didn't give us the 10 Commandments.
No, but it's basically the same way of living life. Civilization. It's called civilization.
No, they didn't even give us civilization. Ancient Mesopotamia, the ancient Sumerians, they gave us what we now know as alchemy. They're the ones that are where ancient Taoism stems from. They're the ones that delivered and gave us the Emerald Tablet.
Well, I say civilization because it's an organized group, large group of people that work to the same goal. Is civilization with technology sprinkled over top of it. That's what I allude to, civilization. But they gave us a standard of living, Candy. And isn't it interesting that the cradle of civilization, as they call it, gave us organized living, organized living. But they never once told us, oh shit, somehow the way we genetically modified you guys and jumped you evolutionary through the scale, shit, you have the power of God and we don't, and we're scared of you. We have to make and convince you that you don't have the powers you be. Think about this: a 90-pound woman lifts a car off their child because the child's dying. Mind over matter. That's what I'm alluding to here. I strongly believe these are gods, quote unquote, these visitors from another planet. They don't have mind over matter, and that scares them with us. That's why we're not dead. If that's the only reason we're not dead, they're trying to figure out how the fuck can we get this. We have something they don't, and the Universal Council, the Universal Council of who knows who's out there, intelligent universes, they're saying shit. No, man, let's watch what happens here. This is interesting. Let's see if we can pump them evolutionary to understand what they have. Not only that, but to control it so they don't fucking kill us. That's why we're still alive, ladies and gentlemen, as a planet, in my opinion, of course.
I feel like the reason why we're still alive is because even other life forms out in the universe are entertained by bullshit drama, and we're the biggest shit show of the century or of existence. So the reason why we're still alive is because we are a form of entertainment, because we can't agree on the most simplistic thing about just working together and compromising and understanding and learning from each other. So they're like, yeah, these crazy little shit show human beings, they are my favorite 9 to 5. Like, that's what I see it as.
The Truman Show, Universal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They got to be loving the chase community. They got to be like, this is better than just human civilization. Freaking, I'm the finder. No, I'm the finder. Well, where does you go? I said here, but now I'm here. Well, you can't take my idea. What's your idea? New Mexico?
Well, I readily accept that in the universe, there's many intelligent planets. That intelligent and people, entities, I'll call them entities, because we don't know if they're like lizard looking.
Hey, let's not bring Justin Posey into this.
Yeah. There's
I
entities out there.
Like UFOs and aliens and entities, because I like them like interdimensional, like aliens or UFOs or whatever, that's using the energy to like shape shift and stuff and fly around.
I'm talking about planes.
Well, this is a different kind of meaning than entities.
I mean, the only entity I know is Justin Posey.
According to Packer Jack.
No, actually, it wasn't just Packer. It was also Copper Dan that admitted it too. It's like, yeah. And I was talking to Amy Seek. She reached out to me a few days ago on Instagram, and she basically confirmed what I already knew anyways. So it's like, yeah, there's no sugarcoating it. There's no denying it. Yes, Justin Posey is in fact the entity. He does have ownership of the chest and the bracelet, and there's some certain things in the works from what I think. Very fascinating. So
Well, I'll say this: how sad and funny it is. Are you going to laugh or cry? You couldn't find it, so you bought it.
yeah, not gonna lie. I don't want any association to do with that damn chest.
I can neither confirm nor deny anything that you're maybe or may not be referring to if you're talking to me straight.
I sure in the hell ain't going to buy it, man. I ain't going to buy my happiness. Hell no. I'll come about happiness is free. That's another.
Oh no,
That's another phobia that people believe is not true. Happiness is free. It doesn't cost you a dime to be happy, man.
he wasn't saying, he wasn't slighting you or targeting you about that. We're saying that Justin Posey, how he purchased the chest, how like because he couldn't find it with all his boots on the ground, he decided to purchase the chest instead. And it's funny. Like, it's not a slight to you at all. It's just an inside
No,
joke.
no. Okay, so that's like, I appreciate this is like the third time that you explained that there was nothing directed to me. I don't ever think anything's directed to me because I'm not that important to have anything thrown at me to begin with. And I take no offense because life is life. You know what I mean? People either got good things to say or bad things to say, and they'll either say it to me or they won't. And I try to throw out a positive vibe. But I know nobody. I wouldn't think anybody was sliding me or thinking I was talking bad about anybody else or vice versa. You know what I mean? So I don't ever. I haven't yet felt any
Animosity.
hate or disregard or animosity from you guys at all. So I'm saying, no, please, you don't have to keep apologizing for something that's not there. You know what I mean? I'm just laughing along and commenting along and just shoveling the same coal or shit as everybody else. Just look at me.
Let me say this, Kiwi. I commented on your video. I want to win that gold. I'm not like I hope you understand. I'm not throwing shides at you. Like I commented, I want that fucking gold, man. But at the same time, how can I take you serious when you're sitting there in your bathrobe in the shed, man?
So I couldn't say anything because the wife was sitting right here, and I was wondering if maybe I just kind of slide that out there, but she still doesn't know about it. So
well, just for a future reference for everyone, if I have an issue on you, I have no problem saying your name, saying I think this fucked up. I have no problem. I've never man. I'm making it. That was not like a shot towards you no, not at all, man. I'm glad we're on the same page.
When you put namaste, I did etymology and looked up what the meaning of it, and so it's like, no, sir, I bow to you because you have wisdom that you bring. I mean, I don't know how old you are, but it sounds like sometimes I don't know. You know your stuff because you're pretty old.
Well, here's another thing. We all have wisdom. All you have to go is alone inside yourself to find it. Don't spend your time out trying to find yourself in society trying to fit in. It's a lost cause. You are wisdom. You are it. You are God. You don't need justification for that. In other words, what I'm saying is if you have an opinion, don't ever feel, especially on social media, we're 1,000 miles away from it. We're not in the same room. You're in the comfort of your own house. You're safe and secure. Speak your freaking opinion. It doesn't matter if people don't like it. Good for them, man. That's their opinions.
That's pretty much. It's the universe. It's our universe. We create our own universes. And I like hopping onto your guys' universes because you have different You have interesting planets that orbit you guys and interesting asteroids that are flying around. So I mean, everybody's universe is quite interesting to visit. And that's why I call it, the Chase marketplaces, because there's a lot of interesting stuff that goes around. And it's nice to see or hope to see, more of that positive to everybody going out versus some of that negative that I hear and see that's going out. You know what I mean? It's like I could only do and try little that I try to do, I guess.
Well, I've always alluded to the fact every time this, oh, I wish it would be happy like every. Is anyone like, honestly, ask yourself, open your door and walk out in your life. Is anyone actually see happy everywhere? Everyone's getting along? No, they don't. I mean, is it,
Well,
am I
when I look at
saying
my wife, I have to disagree
don't
with
wish
you
for
because
that?
she's
Of
always
course not.
happy.
But don't expect the Forest Fin community to be any different than the world you live in unless you try to escape into fantasy land and feel good about yourself. Well, even if you disagree with this crazy shit I say, you can still feel good in the fact that you can engage me and say, I think you're fucking stupid, straight. Well, good. You're happy. I'm happy. We go on our day, man.
I like to get lost in fantasy.
I love
I'm
it, man.
always
That's what,
watching fantasy.
isn't that what a 12 and 13-year-old boy or girl does when they're faced with trouble? What do? They resort to fantasy. I'm going to make my own dream, man.
Well, I mean, growing up, it was like you want to own your own castle so you can be the king of it. At least for me, anyway.
Honestly, I wanted to be Jacques Cousteau during my elementary years. I wanted to be Jacques Cousteau, man.
Is that from Princess Bride?
No. Jacques Cousteau, the underwater event. He revolutionized scuba gear with the breathing apparatus and all that. Jacques Cousteau always wore that beanie hat. Little I don't know what they call it. I call it a little like I don't know, beanie hat.
A beret?
No, he wore like a stocking cap, but it was rolled up, and he was French, and yeah, it was a stocking cap. You know, the ones that you pull down, they have eyes and the mouth cut out.
Oh, you mean like a
Yeah.
robber's
stocking
mask?
cap.
Yeah,
Head mask.
stocking cap. That's what I grew up. Everyone had a stocking cap.
Isn't that called a ski mask?
I think it's called a ski mask too. A stocking mask, though. Different generations.
I like the fact that I grew up calling a stocking mask, and then all of a sudden, shit, anyone that wears that mask is a stalker. They're going to hurt you.
Oh man.
Now everybody's wearing them. You know what I mean?
Well, then again, it's stocking as in like, a stocking that women wear, a stocking. I don't know if it's not stalking.
Pantyhose?
Yeah, it's stocking. Yeah. Yeah, I wore pantyhose on my head growing up, man. Judge me if you want.
Oh
And
man.
you probably thought that they couldn't see you too, huh? Oh, they won't be able to see me. Don't you worry, Mom.
Well,
I can't
I
see you,
think
you can't see me.
I have a problem with, listen, man, we all have that's life. If people get all pissed off and hurt emotionally and all that through the community, open your door, man. If you're having such a hard time with the community, I feel sorry for how you deal with life. Open your freaking door. It's worse than the community. I don't care where you live.
Well, there was somebody that when I went to the function at the junction, and I'll remember it because it kind of hit home to what she was saying or alluding to, was that there's this bicker that's going on, after the chest was found and this, that, the other, and people are complaining, and she's like, I'm from a country where, something, and now I'm going to paraphrase because I can't remember exactly what was being said, you know what I mean? But basically she's saying, I can't say basically she's saying because hey, Hal, The point was, open up your front door. Look what's happening, not just outside your own town or city or country, but there's other countries where people are, dying and fighting just to survive, just so they can breathe, just so they can eat and drink. And yet we have people in the chase that are so, I'd hate to use the words lost, that they would have to create, a war where there really doesn't need to be one. You know what I mean? The animosity, the hatred, the back talking, the backstabbing, this, that, the other. Is like, if you got that much to complain about, you need to open up your eyes a little bit more than what you've been looking at. And I had to do that for myself because pity me. I feel bad about myself, but then I open up my eyes and I think about what she says, and just looking at the community is like, I can understand now why my wife says just be happy. It's possible. If I use my mind, I can become using that God power to create what happiness means to me. And that is the things that I've been trying to do. What'd you say, babe? Giving an understanding is what actually makes you happy, is what my wife says.
Hi,
Yeah,
hi,
I'm gonna agree
Kiwi's
with that.
wife. Nice to meet you, man. Off camera. Nice to meet you.
Everybody says hi.
Hi. Sorry.
I don't think
Can
they can hear
you
you.
can you keep your husband from showing up live on camera when he's in his bathrobe? Can you give us a solid on that, man?
Yeah, is that better? It's just so out here in the shed, it's cold, man. It's cold. And so, it's just cold out here. I need a
Put your
better
bathroom
heating
back
system.
on. Don't freeze.
No, I'm just messing with you. Come on, man. Well, let's look
Besides,
at this.
that-
We each
that's Kiwi's toilet. She's
I'll
not on
round
me.
it up.
I really don't need it.
I'll round it up in a nutshell. We were all looking for our lost dreams. We all wanted more in our lives. We were lacking in our lives. And we all entered into this thinking our answers can be everything we want can be answered here. All we got to do is find out the answer Forrest is looking for. And
Yeah.
all of a sudden, we realize, oh shit, it's been found. It's not us. Oh shit. Our dreams are smashed, man. Psychologically, it all makes sense. It
It's a
does.
big problem to a lot of
Well-
people, and everybody shared that same trauma because everybody had these high hopes that they were going to find this $1 million chest, and as soon as it
Yes.
was found, that was a big trauma to a lot of people, and they have that connection if they're willing to use that and foster it for something good beyond the thrill of the chase. You know what I mean?
Well, here's where I separate it. We all entered into that. It's undeniable. You cannot deny it. We all entered into it thinking we could find it, or we wouldn't have entered into it. The issue that arises is your motivations for why you thought you could find it. Would it justify, vindicate your life, blah, blah, blah. That's where it becomes a blurred line to me. Now, we all entered into it looking for something else, new discoveries, being that kid again. But when it comes to the fact that your life is your entire existence on this planet is based on the fact that you, in fact, are the solver, that's where mental psychosis comes in. I start questioning, oh shit, you took it pretty deep, man. You need to maybe step back and look at yourself first before you look at a treasure that will validate who you are.
There's no comment to that.
Oh, was that a question to me?
No,
I
I
was
was
just
saying it was
listening.
like I thought someone would have commented, but it was like complete silence. It's kind of funny.
Rob's
I
been
know,
very
I was-
quiet, man. Rob, man, why are you so quiet?
I'm
Big
just,
Rob, why don't you chime in and let us know what you think about this entire night's conversation?
I'm just listening. Not too much of a commenter.
You're making spaghetti, ain't you? Don't fucking joke us. You're making spaghetti, damn it.
It's too late for that tonight. Making that for tomorrow.
Well, I can't emphasize it enough. If anyone gets so upset that anyone else questions their opinions, and you get so fucking like, how dare you? That tells me it's very simple. That means you're uncomfortable with yourself. If someone questions you, and that means you're not comfortable with yourself. Look in the fucking mirror. And Forrest did a scrapbook with the toothbrush holder ended up getting like $1,500 or some shit. I laughed my ass off. I'm thinking he was telling you. And then the skylight was a design. How do you word it? A design something that Peggy put a skylight over a shower. That was a design misfunction or something. No, he's taking a picture in a mirror. And then he tells you, oh, the fact that there's a skylight, that was a design effect, effect from Peggy, because now I shower in my jeans. Why, he's taking a picture, doing a scrapbook in the mirror, showing his entire body. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. That was Forrest to be telling me, why are you so uncomfortable in your own skin? That was him yelling it. What the fuck is wrong? Why are you uncomfortable with speaking your mind? Uncomfortable in your own opinions, your own skin. What have we become? Have we become a group of fucking people worldwide that only are interested in what other people think of us because it substantiates who we are? Hell no. Be who the fuck you are. Be a maverick. I don't believe in your rules, man. Fuck you. And is that going to bring you problems? Oh, hell yeah. I got called the devil today by Frank.
Oh my God. Your laugh is just so funny.
You are the true devil then.
Well, I
Come
understand
on.
why you use laughter like he said earlier, when you're feeling bad and stuff, you use laughter. Laughter heals, It changes your body's frequency and resonation when you laugh.
Well, it's a proven psychological thing.
Mechanism like that.
It's proven. Every comedian is traumatized. I use laughter, man. I was
Oh, no wonder I started getting more funny over the years. Fuck.
Well, I'm just saying, tragedy brings laughter. And every comic, if you look at their real life stories, it's like, God, that's sad. Well, they allude. I group to I'd rather laugh than cry. I can't change the shit that's going on in my life. I'm going to laugh about it, make jokes about it, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It disappears. It doesn't matter to me. If I can laugh about something, I don't give a fuck what it is. It disappears. It doesn't hold substance in my life. I can laugh about it. If that's wrong or right, it works for me. And I laugh at all you fucking sorry ass sons of bitches.
I know. I gotta laugh at myself because no one else will. So.
Well,
I
even
feel
if they
like you
did,
laugh
it
at
would
yourself, so no one else can.
Well, even if someone does laugh, you can't laugh harder at me than I can laugh at myself. Bite that bullet. Sorry ass son of a bitch, you're goddamn right. Proud of it.
Oh, puppy wants to.
To me, and I could be wrong, this is my opinion. That's the bigger picture to me that Forrest was trying to make us understand. Make us understand. The big picture is the world and where we stand in it. Don't be influenced by the world. Do your own discoveries. Believe, and if you believe in something, stand up for it. It's not going to hurt you. Because I say I don't believe in God is invisible. That doesn't, back 200-300 years ago, they'd kill me for that. Now, luckily, they can't kill me.
I mean, they
call
might
me-
revert back to their old ways, Street.
Well, I'm just saying they can call me the devil, but I laugh at the fact.
I'm still trying
Yeah.
to like wrap my head around you being the devil. Like, What?
Just throw some red horns on him, a whippy tail, a pitchfork in his hand, paint him red, looking like that big devil off of the
Dude,
movie
basically
Legend.
straight you're master from Hocus Pocus.
Well,
Am I
just
wrong?
stop and think. Here's my point, ladies and gentlemen, anyone. Don't ever shy away from your beliefs. If you believe it in your heart, not just to like disagree with someone. If you believe something in your heart, I don't give a shit what it is. It doesn't matter. As long as you stand up for yourself, guess what? You build up confidence, and that's what this is all about. Life is about confidence, and that's where wisdom and age comes from. I'm 60. Someone could walk up to me and say, I don't give a fuck what they say, what they do. I'm going to laugh at them and say, oh, yeah, okay. I don't fucking care. I know who I am. I know the path I've walked. The problem is, people don't, everyone has walked a path in their life. All of us have taken one step from the time we were born to walk a fucking path. Don't ever be ashamed of the path you've walked. Actually, the harder path that people walk, those are the people you need to fucking listen to because they've been there, done that, and they've walked through it. Yeah, I faced fucking death. I faced tyranny. Guess what? I'm a better person for it. That's what we need to, it's hope. Hope. I'll yield the floor. Goddamn, I need another beer.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, you're hoping to pass on a better generation than what's being raised. You think, because how are we to progress better at ourselves than people, individuals, or as a community, like the Chase community, or as our own towns and cities, if they're just like the leaders aren't the leaders of the tribes aren't really looking out for the tribe, but rather for themselves or other leaders, and it's their self destruction is what it looks like is going on. And we got to protect that. I mean, that's what we leave behind is what we want the future to be, and that's by the actions that we do today.
Well, it's a separation of individuality. Candy, I got kids your age, man. You're 30s.
I'm
They
34.
okay, well, they and I'm not criticizing it. I'm just seeing it from my perspective, and it's no different than when I was growing up. There was a standard of belief, and people bought into it. Like TikTok. Now your generation, holy shit, man, they're just fucking inundated with what they are expected to be and how they are expected to act. And if you don't, you're an outsider. And we've through the process, even back in my day, even before the computer, they separated individuals. They labeled you fucking, oh, you're different. You don't think like us. And they fucking chastise you. And I lived it. I know. I never thought like them. I'd look at them like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And they'd be looking like you, oh, you're crazy. Yeah, you're fucking nuts, man. What the fuck are you following? You're following, you're not following your own path. You're following someone else's path through media and full page color ads. This is what I should be. Fuck you. How the hell do you know? Only I know what I'm supposed to be.
I just like TikTok. You just get to hear all the concepts and ideas and archaeological discoveries for the week all in one place.
Well,
That's about the Chase community. Everybody's taken a different path or journey, and everybody's done their own digging of history and knowledge. And so it's interesting to see what other people have in common, and it's awesome.
I feel like what we all have in common is you are not the solver.
Well, I think it's important. Like, I'm not criticizing people. I'm giving my opinion. Stop worrying about what everyone else is thinking. Stop worrying about your idea is different. But when someone differs from your idea, don't jump to the gun saying you're a fucking idiot. You don't understand. I'm the true. If that's what you believe, fine. Why are you upset that other people don't accept your belief path? If that makes you happy, then keep walking that path, man. How
Dude,
can
like,
the only reason people should be upset for other people questioning their path in life with this solver issue is because down deep in the heart, you're not the solver and you're trying to justify it.
I want to say that the bigger issue isn't, having people believe in your solve. The bigger issue is having someone have the same solve as you because that bitch stole your idea.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, that it goes hand in hand. Oh shit. Yeah, you stole it from me. I was there first.
You stole my thought process, even though everyone else is thinking about it. I was just being funny, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind of
well, I'll be funny here to reiterate what we first started out with Barbara.
I know.
My solve has never changed. My location and idea and path has never changed. It has always been the answers were found in San Lazaro. Am I saying the treasure chest was there? Nope. Never once said that. Nope. But I think that's where my knowledge went. I'm not interested in the treasure. I'm interested in knowledge. And knowledge is in San
San
Lazaro,
Lazaro.
in my opinion.
Well, so this is the thing though, with like San Lazaro, the knowledge, everything like that. Actually, I don't know. Never mind. For a second.
Been a long week, man. We'll give you a buy on this one. It's been a long week for you. You've been recruiting those employees.
Yeah, my brain is fried. No, I was just thinking, with like the discovery and everything and San Lazaro. Yeah, it's been a long fucking week. I have like my idea, but then the moment I can't say it, and then you finish your sentence or someone else interjects, I'm just like, fuck, I lost it. I don't know where it went. Okay, whatever.
That's called ADHD, and that's why I interrupt everyone. I apologize. I have that habit. I have ADHD. I have to interrupt or I'll lose the thought.
I know, right? It's like it used to not be that bad for me, but lately I'm like got these really great ideas and concepts to reiterate, and then I'm just like, fuck, what was I saying?
Well, I took the approach early on to write down, like instead of interrupting and being rude, write down my thought pattern. And fuck, I was busy writing it down and thinking of the thought pattern. I'd go back up to the conversation and I still couldn't remember the thought pattern I was going at. I was like, shit, this ain't working. Nope, ain't work. I got to interrupt. I got to be rude.
Yep. Because it's like if you try and be polite and hang on to that thought, it'll leave you. It'll leave you faster than your ex-wife.
Yep.
Kidding. I'm trying to be cheeky. Yeah, no, I can't remember the concept. It was because you said the knowledge is at San Lazaro, right?
I think that was the big picture. Yes, knowledge.
Big picture knowledge. Fuck, I can't. I really can't. I cannot recover what I was gonna say, and it was actually a good one. I just don't remember what it was. Oh man. I feel like time is really not a concept at all because I got so much sleep. I've been sleeping like a normal human being, yet I still act like I don't know what sleep is. Like I've never had sleep before in my life.
Well, let's look at time for example. Time is a man-made concept.
Exactly.
We created time. It's a man-made concept.
But they say time is created and used because of the shadows of the sun and then the stars and all that other stuff, right? But then that would make sense that time's only like relative for us because we're not in the stars.
We created the concept of gauging our existence. We gave ourselves a
You
time.
measure movement.
Yeah. It's man-made, and I think it actually screwed us up mentally. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And isn't it fascinating that that's the one thing that Forrest really likes to reiterate on? He talks about Time Magazine and
Yep.
you know, how he's running out of time. It's always time.
Yep. Well, Kiwi did a show today, Alan Watts. I love Alan Watts. Been listening to him since the mid 60s, early 70s. Present is the only thing that fucking exists. And that's where people fool themselves. They think they can control the future by the lessons they learned in the past. But where are you? You are in the present every second, right now. Click, second. This
But they
is
say linear.
well, it's the present. The only thing that actually exists to mankind is the fucking present. We can sit here and drift back into our past and wish about the future, but the only thing matters is what we're doing right this second. That's the only fucking thing that matters. It's this fucking second. You bring luggage from your past that inhibits your ability in a present, thinking you can control the fucking future. You can't. You can't. How simple it. Here's what people think it's complex and I can't grasp that. You can't grasp the fact that this second, that's the only thing that matters. This fucking second, what I just said is the only thing that matters in my life. You can't, no one can disagree with that. It's only the present. Man confused the fact that putting the concept on fucking time. There is no time. It doesn't exist.
Well, especially if we're in a parallel universe that's just stuck forever fucking ending. Just saying, you know, a loophole or whatever. What is that? Time loop. Time loop.
Well, if we're all stories that we keep sharing to ourselves through time in educating as we go along and process through our evolution as humans, yeah, I mean, I can see why they would use a construct of time to measure movement and an explanation of things. On whether
Well,
it's time,
Is time
linear
they
or
say
not,
time is distance, right?
I don't know.
Right,
Yeah, I
Sweet?
can see it.
Distance?
I can see it distance from the present. Yeah. Future and past is a distance from the present. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
So if time is distance and time is linear. Interesting.
Well, where do you base the distance from? Where's the starting point? The present.
Exactly. So
Which is already passed.
It is. It just went. Woo! It's gone.
So
yeah,
we'll talk
that's why
about it here in a minute.
wait,
It's
light,
nice to talk to people who
light
kinda get the
distance. So light by the speed of time. Let me look up light.
Well, here it goes further. We gauge distance by the speed of light.
Exactly. That's what I'm looking for right now.
Okay. If we are the light, you're gauging. You're calculating.
Death.
We are the light. Let's just
every
assume
time
that.
when they say you die, you don't look to the light. Light's birth and death. So if time is linear or time is based off of distance and distance based off the speed of light and light is beginning of birth and death, that means time really
Time is us. Time is us in the present.
You took away my big reveal, damn it.
I had to. My ADHD kicked in. I apologize.
Brightness, radiant energy. Hold on.
What's
Spiritual
the best
illumination.
movie?
So Old Frisian, so Old German, Gothic light, Luke
Well,
light.
let me break it down really simple. Would time exist if we didn't exist? No, it wouldn't. We created it. It wouldn't exist.
Wait, illumination, spiritual enlightenment. Okay. Action from past particle stem of Latin illuminare, to throw into light, make bright, light up. Figuratively and rhetoric, to set off, illustrate. from a sublimated form of in and two. S have gone alone in there. There you go. From pi root leoc, light brightness, meaning action of lighting, intellectual enlightenment. So let me see if we have speed of light.
Hey,
Penal glow.
Candy, I think Trusted
Yeah,
Living's
sparkle
trying to
light.
get in if you haven't looked at your screen.
Oh shit. Sorry, I haven't looked. Hold on 1 second.
I just looked down at the chat.
It doesn't
Yeah.
show it. It doesn't show he's trying to get in.
You must not be in the right time then.
I don't see a notification or anything.
So like in the path of enlightenment, it's for us, it was a journey of learning my own self, who I was and stuff like that. But it was also learning about other spiritual practices and stuff. And it goes to that energy source that is within us, that is our, that third eye, pineal gland, whatever you like to call it. That, I call it my consciousness, because that's the core center of interpretation of everything external and internal. And so enlightenment, your pineal glands constantly firing. That inner light is inside you. What you do and create with that, from what you learn and experience, can I don't know, enlighten other people.
Well, it says the light
well,
is an electromagnetic wave.
the thrill of the chase. That's finding out who you are. You're chasing yourself. Don't be influenced. I don't believe in their rules. Look at the bigger picture. The thrill of the chase. You're chasing yourself to convince you you're not God. You're not it. The thrill of the chase.
In physics, electromagnetic radiation consists of waves of the electromagnetic field which propagate through space and carry momentum and electromagnetic radiant energy. It includes radio waves, microwaves, infrared light, ultraviolet, X-rays, and gamma rays.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
once again,
Total sum of all energy.
well, any research is modern day. They call it modern day science, and I'm doing air quotes. Modern day science. 400 years ago, they thought the Earth was flat, and that was modern day science.
wait,
It
so if
changes.
it's going
It
back
evolves.
if it's going back to magnetic fields, oh, nice, you trusted. Hold on. If it's going back to magnetic fields, and we know our entire planet is based off magnetic fields, and the magnetic fields are associated with the moon, right? Because the moon is what creates the ocean waves and all kinds of other stuff. So
Right.
the magnetic field would be the key to time.
Well, your body itself creates a magnetic field or field.
Well,
around
you're
you.
assuming
Your
time
heart
exists. Hold on, you're assuming time exists. Time does not exist.
Don't stop. I'm getting somewhere. Okay, hold on. Hold that thought.
The measurement of time, or
No.
where it first created, or who first created it.
No. Hold on. Both magnetic called the magnetic
That's not one of
field.
the reasons why forest
Ley lines. Hold on. Ley lines. Magnetic field. If I'm not mistaken, magnetic field associates with ley lines, right?
Yes.
So ley lines must be the key to what we are trying to use as a concept for time. Hold, please.
Well, no. Hold on. Ley lines is what centers us and centers us and
It's earth energies.
well, no, it puts us in a sphere of the universe. That's what the
Yeah.
ley lines are. It's
So
not.
our
It
straight
doesn't
alignment.
equate to time. Ley lines have nothing to do with time, in my opinion.
No, don't talk about my time yet. Okay, so if electromagnetic fields are associated with ley lines, and ley lines are the alignments drawn between various historic structures and prominent landmarks associated as above, so below, from us to the stars, right? And that gives you earth energies. Then that means, again, if you do earth energies, ley lines, the ley lines have to be the key to what they're trying to say for the concept of time. Not that time exists in itself, but how we were able to construct time to begin with. Because again, remember, the whole concept of time is man-made, right? And the way
Yes.
they created time was through the stars, right?
Well,
Am I wrong? That's how they say they created time, or they're able to understand time is based off of the planetary alignments, right?
yeah,
And you
yeah,
measurement.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if it's based off of the planetary alignments and electromagnetic fields go back to ley lines, and ley lines are what are the mirror image of as above, so below, that means the ley lines are what you need to tap into to understand the concept of time.
well,
But there is
here's my problem with that. Time is not of existence. So why do you need to understand it? Now, I understand the path you're taking, the reason this, and this. I'm saying this, the culture that came here that based all this, and they brought time to us. We did not, I'm saying they're wrong too. Guess what?
No, there's a reason why we need time, and it goes back to the ley lines. And there's a reason why the ancient Egyptians and all other life forms on this planet were associated with one another without ever being able to be in the same area of what one another is based
Well,
off of as above, so below.
hold on, Candy. Why do we need time if time is only a gauge of our existence? Why do we need time? Does our existence need gauge?
Because time is
I-
the key to unlocking the whole concept of how to predict what is to surpass, which is the whole concept of Nostradamus. He said that in order to understand past, present, future, which is time is linear, meaning past, present, future are all happening now, like we said, it
That
is
means the
with
present.
planetary alignments.
The present is all you need. It doesn't.
Yes, which
does
gives you
it?
the
Does it
planetary
benefit?
alignment.
Does it benefit you with Nostradamus's predictions? No, it plagued him. Newton had the same plague. The fact that he thought both of them thought they knew what was going to happen plagued the shit out of them. They were tormented people.
No, there's a
Time.
reason why. There's a reason why the ley lines are the most important, and why throughout all of fucking time itself, ancient cultures, including the ancient Druids, the Mayas, the Incas, the Aztecs, the ancient Egyptians, it's all based on the ley lines.
Right. And the ley lines is where the gods, quote unquote, came to them because of the magnetic the sphere around Earth. These alien, I hate the word alien. They're visitors from another planet. They're another species. Showed up here using our ley lines, the magnetic field of the Earth, and they capitalized on them. It has nothing to do with time, in my opinion. Nothing. Time does not exist. That's what clouds the universe. There is no time. Time does not exist. It's only the present. That's the only. Think about it. Right
Well,
now.
think about if time doesn't
Well, now hold
exist in
on.
of
Think
itself.
about it. Your
Oh my god,
influence.
you're killing me right now. It's annoying.
No, well,
So I
I'll
use
annoy
time-
the
I
shit
use
out of
time
you.
to
I'm
kill.
sorry, but time, your past is not who you are now. And if you think you can predict and act different in the future, the only matter thing is the present.
No, it's more talking about time and aging. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Aging. Let's see. There's a reason.
Aging, as far as gauging our time.
As in, hold on. Hi, Trusted.
How you doing, Lady Otak? On my screen is the geometry of the ley lines.
Ooh, nice. Does it create a shape at all?
Yeah, it's the flower of life pattern. That's the
I
same pattern
knew
that's
it.
used
I'm
as
not
the
even
ley
looking.
lines.
I knew it. Like, I'm not even looking. I'm gonna look right now, but yeah, it's the flower. Okay. So if the flower creates the ley line, the flower of life, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if the flower of life.
Now use the flower of life, the tree of life.
Well, doesn't the flower of life go back to sacred geometry?
Lotus.
Yes.
I think it goes back to Lotus, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Well,
but
see,
it represents geometric sacred geometry, right? Okay, so
Kind of like
if
the
it goes
Fibonacci.
to the ley
This is
lines
the
create the
ebook I
flower of
just sent you
life.
a copy of.
What?
What I have on the screen right here now is an ebook that I just sent you a copy of.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
And if you open it up and you look at it and you start scrolling down after you get past the table of contents.
If this is going back to Wolfram, oh my God, why does it keep going back to Wolfram? I'm gonna lose it. Okay, hold on.
right here is the beginning of the flower of life. You start with one circle, then you
Yeah.
bisect it with another one, and you keep bisecting 6 times till you get the egg of life, or what they call the seed of life.
That's
And if
called
you
the
keep
serpent.
expanding out. Yep, that people call it serpent egg too, yes. And if you keep expanding out, you'll come up with a grid. And if you go even bigger and bigger, then you'll end up with that grid that I was showing you when I said that that's a geometry of ley lines. But that's what I use. And there's the egg of life inside the flower of life graph. The size that I use to create the letters, or to put the ancient Hebrew pictographs to create the cursive writing system, or recreate the cursive writing system, because I believe this cursive writing system was something that was used back then. But I'm just kind of putting it back together because nobody uses it, nobody does it. They totally ignore it. The Jewish people go to the, actually, it's this symbol right here in the middle. They're more into what they call the shield of David, which is that double triangles that's in the center here. But when it's rounded in the flower of life, it makes a different looking symbol. It looks like the Walmart symbol. And that's what they use.
Flower of life is a visual representation of the connections between all living beings, which brings you back to ancient Taoism and the Druids, because that's the same practice that they preach, right? Everything is one and connected. So if electromagnetic fields create the ley lines, and the ley lines create the flower of life, and the flower of life is literally the manifestation of sacred geometry, and it tells you that these 7 circles within the 13 circles creates the whole representation of oneness, then where, if on the as above so below, if so below is creating the flower of life, where's the flower of life above?
I'll show you where the above and the below is. It's in that pattern right here. When after the original pictographs are put in place, the ones that we will use, because we're going back in time with this. The pictographs, these aren't the original pictographs. These are a division of the original pictographs. So once the pictographs are combined, you end up with the as above, so below, because they're the same pictographs. After you combine them from side to side from the center, you end up with the same pictographs on either side. So you have the same.
Leonardo da Vinci studied the flower of life. The flower of life is said to provide enlightenment to those who study it. Insight into scientific, philosophical, psychological, spiritual, and mystical laws may be found by studying the shape of the flower of life. That's fucking fascinating. So the number pi was known to ancient Greek mathematicians. Da Vinci was possibly the first to call it the golden ratio. Used the ratio in several of his artwork. Phi is a number that can be squared by adding 1 to itself for the ratio. So now we're going to the Fibonacci.
Lady Otak, can you send me a link to whatever you're reading there so that I can use that quote in my ebook?
Yeah, sure. Hold on.
Thank you.
So if you take that perspective of the circle, if you notice a lot of ancient, I want to say petroglyphs, where everything's in spirals. If you think about yourself as being in that center of the spiral, you're as above, so below. You're what's above in your mind, you can also create below outside of your body. You learn these things from that energy source that you interpret the different energies around you. And I'm just speaking stupid because that's just what I do. But it goes with when you hear people talk about they can heal with Reiki, they're learning to attune their body with a different type of energy that's around us. When your heart itself is pumping, it's creating a magnetic field around you. You're creating energy by your inner being as a human. So it's just being able to manipulate and see it in a different perspective when you're looking at chakras and stuff, that energy. So that spiral, use that spiral as the center as you and how it spirals out into that Fibonacci sequence, that spiral of life, the tree of life, and the different things and how they can tie into each other if you can join them together. Probably
Well,
didn't make any sense.
Keeps going back to the golden ratio, which is the Fibonacci sequence, which, okay, the pentagram. Okay, this is getting interesting. Okay, Mesopotamia, Pythagoras, and
The
Euclid.
spread eagle.
Hold on. In the Middle
You
Ages,
know,
near pentagrams were used symbol of 5 knightly virtues. Okay, so that goes back to the Green Knight and the Grail again. So if that goes to the golden ratio, and that goes to the Solomon seal, that goes back to alchemy. Huh. Okay.
So,
So-
like with alchemy,
Hold on.
if you
Hold on. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna make Street, I'm gonna make you post real fast, okay?
All hell's gonna break loose now.
Good. Make you a host. I need to get out of here for a second. Hold on. I need to think for a second. Hold on.
Well, the
So-
Emerald Tablet of Hermes in verse 2, this is translation by Isaac Newton, and he translated it, that which is below is that which is above, and that which is above is like that which is below, to do ye miracles of only one thing. So he's talking about doing what it is that I did, where the two pictographs, one from above, one from below, combined together make one thing.
Well, here's always been my issue. We know from the Bible there was an upheaval, there was a power struggle. Throughout the Bible, there was a power struggle between the angels and the devil and God. As above, so below, that only makes sense. Of course, we're going to have power struggles. We watched the gods do it. They were fighting. And here's what I got to question myself. What are gods, the all-knowing, all-seeing, all-magnificent? Why are they fighting amongst each other? That makes no fucking sense. They're gods. Why do gods fight each other?
Because they're not gods like people believe them to be, because the language was corrupted and people don't know how to read the writings.
They're susceptible visitors from another planet. They have to be. And we were made in their image. It makes sense. Look at the turmoil on this planet. It goes hand in hand with the Bible. There was always turmoil in heaven, power struggles, armies. I always questioned when I heard God didn't even face the devil. He sent Saint Michael and his army of archangels to defeat the devil. God didn't even face his arch nemesis. What the hell? Really?
Well, see, that's the mythical version of the writings. There's two versions of everything.
Yeah. The truth and a lie.
Well, yeah, truth and deception. And that's what, that pattern that I put together there, I read it afterwards. I get here in the ebook. I sent you a copy of the ebook. The top half reads like this. Enter covenant of field allotment city with dream leader and opposition household of RAR organization, the force to support mountain men, to work to feed the path of the serpent, speak deception. But then the bottom half says, exit the covenant of field allotment city with dream leader and opposition household of RAR organization, the force to oppose mountain men, work to feed the path of the serpent, speak truth. So one is a curse and one is a blessing. So the field allotment city is the agricultural slave society. The dream leader is the leader enticing people into the city with the myths. And the mountain men is the religious leaders.
The gurus.
Yeah,
And all guru means is they isolate themselves, normally in a mountain, because that's where you isolate, and they come to understand themselves and their position in the universe.
Shaman?
I'll give you a good example of people not understanding the writings that are in the Bible. Now, this you're going to find more in the new. This is in the New Testament because this comes from the Greek. The word pneuma is a Greek word, and it's typically translated as spirit. But if you look up that Greek word, it also means rational soul. So you can either have the spirit aspect, which can come up with a mythical story, or you can have the rational soul and come up with the logical story and know what they were actually doing. But either way can transmit the information and hold the information. We now today are stuck grasping at mythical stories and trying to connect one mythical story with another mythical story, which can work to associate that this was going on around the entire world. But what I've been working on for the past, actually it's been about 14 years now. What I've been working on the past 14 years is to go to the source, the original story. And that's what I believe I have here with this right here. This is the original story. This comes from the cosmogonic diagram that Colonel Churchwood was talking about that was over 35,000 years old. This right here, he calls this the oldest book in the world. Now this pattern is a symbol, it's a key that represents this pattern. It has 12 scalloped edges. It got 6 around that. It got the centerpiece. It got 4 tassels, which represents 1, 2, 3, 4 on the ends. And then it's divided in 2 to mean positive and negative, and to give the hint of what to do with it. Everything has a hint. This is a super encryption, and it includes hints to go back in time and recreate it. And that's what I did in order to put together the original story in this ebook that I have here. And if anybody wants it, they can get a copy of it. It's on my last video. I put a website for email address. I'll send you a copy of it. I'm not charging anything for this. After I get my full book together, I'm going to offer it for sale on a website. But right now, this information that I'm gathering, I'm giving this away for free to anybody who would like to read it for themselves, because there's a lot of information to go over, and I'm not going to go over all of it on YouTube.
No, that's
Did
really
you
cool.
say free? Free?
Yeah,
Right?
yes.
I need to go on
Yes,
that
there's a
last
lot of information here. I am putting together what I have. I got 14 years worth of information, and like Lady Otak had just mentioned, she had a reference there about Leonardo da Vinci talking about the flower of life. So, I'd like to add that in to show the connections. But I've been working on putting this together, and yes, to sell it. But the information I have here, this is all free. You know, I'm putting together audios so that people can listen to this instead of just read it, so that they can do both and have the pictures. And when I get all that put together, like I said, I'll have that on a website and have that for sale. But this kind of stuff I'm offering for free for people who want the very basics, the knowledge, the essence of what's going on and what we're talking about. Because I think that that's very important that people get this. Either that or I just keep the stuff hidden until I have a book ready and put it out for sale.
So have you looked into the Tree of Life?
The Tree of Life comes out of this same pattern. This is the same exact pattern as the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life is right here in the center part of this.
Nice.
Yeah, I've been working on this for 14 years, and I've gone so far as the first 5 chapters of Genesis. It tells a totally different, totally different story than what we see in the English. But that's the story that they would tell. That's what the story that the dream leaders were telling the people in the agricultural slave society. They weren't telling them, guess what? We're putting together a slave society, and this is the structure, and this is how we're doing it. They don't tell the average person that. They use the same exact language to convey a totally different message. So if any of them hear the leaders talking, they don't know what they're really talking about. They might think they're crazy. This guy has using random words all over the place. What are you talking about? But they can still structure it because the structure of the writings follows things you can find in nature. And that's why when they talk about the creations of nature, they can convey the hidden message that's underneath it. And that's what I'm doing. I'm reading the hidden message that's underneath it. It's been there for thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
So the Fibonacci sequence, or the golden ratio, is also in nature. You see it in shells and stuff like that, that sequence.
Well, that all comes from the 369 pattern, what comes from the flower of life. That's where they get all that stuff. I really don't know. I'm not that up to that mathematics. That's beyond what I want to get into, because there's only so much a person can do and try to keep track of it. But the Fibonacci sequence is in it. It's in this.
In the evolution of communication and how I was doing my research of it, I used the Fibonacci sequence to not only number forward, but I used it to number backwards so I could see the past and just how the evolution of the way humans communicated to each other versus face to face or from, out in space. You know what I mean? So it was just interesting how that spiral is, can be applied in such a way that, I don't know, it's just an interesting perspective. So I did a lot of things in my journey, looking up like the chakras and Reiki, listening to people like Alan Watson, Sadhguru, learning some of the religious and spiritual aspects of trying to find a path to enlightenment on, just life in general or whatever else that comes from it. And I have no idea where I was going with that, but it's just, I overlaid a lot of different perspectives to kind of, so like there's meditation labyrinth, the tree of life, the Fibonacci sequence, or the golden ratio, however you want to say that one, I overlaid them so that I can look at them all together versus separate towards our path to enlightenment. And that's where the 369 sound, vibration, and frequencies come in play to understanding how our bodies can work as well-tuned machines as they are.
See, that all that information that you were just talking about is all right here. In the background is that flower life pattern. That's what makes the graph that puts this together. But up here, this is the crown. This represents the crown chakra. This is the ribs with the heart behind it. This represents the heart chakra. This is the household with the cells splitting apart, dividing like they do in the womb when a woman is impregnated. So this represents the sacral chakra. So these three chakras are represented in this pattern that I'm telling you about.
Nice. I wonder
Yes,
what
it-
your pattern would look like if you had like I think it's 114 chakras that's in the human body. Or is it 100?
Yeah, that sounds like a brand new thing to investigate. And that's the thing. I kept getting taken. Excuse me. as Lady Otak likes to say, down rabbit holes. Over 14 years, I got taken down a lot of rabbit holes. Some of them got really interesting, and I gathered up and kept it. Others seemed to be a dead end. And I was trying to get to this, where it is, where I got to this right here. And so that I can show the evolution of the human language. This is the evolution of the English language too, mind you. The alphabet comes from what's called the Aleph-Bet, which is the Hebrew letters. So this is the evolution of the English language also. And it's the evolution of the Greek language. And there's much more specific language that this is the evolution of. This goes way back. In Colonel Churchward's book, the Lost Continent of the Land of Mu, which is still available, he wrote it in 1931. You know, he talks about those kind of things.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to hit up that link and get a copy of that from you.
Yeah, I have an email address on my last video about the well, whatever the title is that I ended up with. The
Yeah,
ancient
it was like the
Hebrew.
second one you started, right?
What's that?
It's like the second one you started on sharing these, or no?
The third, it's actually the third one. It's the most
Okay.
recent one. And the title is Ancient Hebrew Pictograph Language Super Encryption.
Okay.
But I didn't have the PDF form. Somebody requested the PDF and comment. So last night, I was up really early, I don't know, 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that, when I seen that message that he put on there. So I started working on putting together this PDF. I put together a smaller version, which had all the information that was in the video, and then I sent that to him so that I could, send him what it is I told him I would try to send him. And then I added more information, which is, let me see what page it's on. I got to look at my table of contents. It's on 47. Then I added this. Ooh, I'm already past it. It's supposed to be on 47. I got my numbers here wrong. Oh, that's precept upon precept. I can't even navigate my own ebook.
That's all right. That's the thing is it's good practice to figure out, add final touches here, there, add this in, take this out. You know what I mean? Good practice is how I look at it.
Yeah, I started with with precept upon precept. And then I moved into, what's the next one? Come on, move. The next one was Isaac. Oh, maybe if I do a different view. Oh, yeah. Now, if I go back this way, see, now I can look at all the pages this way. So at 47, I got precept upon precept. And then 50 something. 57. Oh, the next one's not till 57. That's why I didn't find it. 57. Regen 1, that's the Regenesis Codex. Bereshit. Bereshit is the first chapter of the book of Genesis. So the title of it, instead of Genesis, is House of Ra's Forced Food Work Covenant. That's translating each letter that's in the word Bereshit. And then I continue on translating the different words that are in there. And I'm going to include a glossary. The very next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a glossary of these words that I translated, like Elohim, the force to lead man to make organization, and the word eth, forced covenant. I'm going to make a glossary, and then I'm going to remove the name of the letter out of it, because it makes it difficult to read when both of those are reading combined, because I want to make it so it's as clear as possible for people.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got the first chapter on here because that's complete, but I've gone up to 5 chapters. I just got to go through them all again because things kept changing as time went on. And what I was doing was I was trying to get the most clear single wording of any picture that I could just keep using over and over again that people could understand. Because the picture's worth 1,000 words, so that means, there's a possibility of 1,000 different words, but that doesn't do anybody good if they don't have a base. There's a base needed. And when you have the base is going to bring out the most information possible when you use it. From there, which is the same with the English language, you can change the nuances in order to make a logical sounding English sentence, even though the less logical sounding English sentence is correct, which is the same with Forrest Poem. He used English words that we have to try to attach with specific meaning, find a treasure chest. They have the same, the psalm has the same meanings as the words that Forrest used. But it's like a mythical story of where he wanted us to go. So we have to figure out what it is that he was saying at that very level. It's the same thing. It's all the same. And I was doing it the whole time that I was doing the Forrest Fenn treasure hunt simultaneously. And it has the duality. I mean, I use the word twin in my solve as the key word because my Where Warm Waters Halt is at Twin Lakes Reservoirs in Colorado. There's a Twin Lakes Reservoir system, and there's a Twin Lakes Township also. But the twins go back to Set and Ra. The twins you'll see in the Bible writings, Cain and Abel, Jacob and Esau. Twins don't have to be exact. They don't even have to be born at the same time like a human twin is. These are stories that were born. These are groups that were born where you had a parent group and you had a child group. These things we read about, Cain and Abel, Adam and Eve, these were groups. They were not just individual people. They were titles of a group all the way up to Jesus. Jesus was a group. Jesus of Nazareth was a group. Was there a singular, particular Jesus of Nazareth? Well, there was just one that got nailed to a cross that's written about in the story. So we know that there was a singular in that case. But if you know how to read what it is that was written, you know what group, which is known as the Father, that Jesus came from. And he said, I am the morning star. The morning star reference goes to the Old Testament, and there's the name Lucifer. Well, the Catholics put the Latin name Lucifer in there and demonized it and said, that's the devil, that's evil, that's Satan. No, it's not. The name under Lucifer is Hillel, and Hillel actually took over the Sanhedrin. And the family or the household of Hillel was in control at the time of Jesus of Nazareth. The household of Hillel, which was the father, Hillel the elder, and his household lasted 400 years. It lasted less than 100 years before Jesus of Nazareth showed up, and it lasted 300 plus afterwards. And Jesus came back. The second coming that's written about in the New Testament Revelation story has already happened. And the individual that accomplished that was called Yeshua or Yehoshua or Jehoshua of Hananiah. It's already, all this stuff already happened. Revelation is done and over. You can either go back and look at it and see what was revealed or not. You can look at the sky and think that there's going to be this ghost, heavenly ghost, come down and suck you up into it, but you're going to die never achieving that. You might get that vision on your deathbed or something. You might get that vision if you take drugs, but it's not going to happen otherwise. The story of Revelation has come and it has already happened. And I can document that, and that's what I'm doing. I'm documenting it because it's fucking dangerous what people are doing with that book of Revelation, because they are dying to see Armageddon. That's why these people are assembled in what's called Israel today. The Zionists have assembled the Jewish people from around the world into that region to start a war. A world war they want to establish a one world government. And it's fucking dangerous as anything. And they're using a story that has already happened and is done and is over. And they have to be exposed. Okay.
I find it interesting,
I'm done ranting.
Trusted, that
What's that?
I find it very interesting that according to Christianity, Jesus is the savior of mankind for many reasons, but yet his own culture, Judaism, does not recognize him as the savior of mankind. They do not acknowledge him. And yet Judaism is older than Christianity.
I can tell you why. There
Please do.
There was two competing households at the time of Judaism being established. Judaism is not the ultimate religion of Israel. If you read the story of the Old Testament, you will find out that Israel never followed the one true God that Judaism talks about, which is technically the name is Jew, but they call it the Yahweh. They never did it. They never accomplished it. They constantly got punished. They never friggin' did it. But anyhow,
Aren't they
at the
waiting
time
for
of
him to walk through the
Hillel,
gate in Israel?
what's that?
Aren't they waiting for that for that person, that individual, to walk through the gates in Israel, where that Great Wall is, and Mount Temple, the Temple Mount. Wouldn't that be part of that same story of what you just said?
That's all that stuff has happened. That it's all over. It's all over. It happened. I want to say 1,000 years ago, but I don't have that number on the top. You look up Joshua ben Hananiah, and that's the person that walked through the gate. That was the Jesus of that time. Now back to what Street was talking about. There were two competing households. There was the household of Hillel that Jesus represented, and then there was the house of Shammai. The house of Shammai is the evil ones. They're the ones that want to stone everybody by using the Old Testament. If you committed adultery, we can stone you in the street. They're a bloodthirsty cult about death that wants to start blood sacrifice, or wanted to do blood sacrifice, and they did blood sacrifice, including human back then. And that's the same group that wants to bring the third temple built in Jerusalem and bring back blood sacrifice again. It's a competing group. Now, Hillel, like I said, controlled the Sanhedrin for 400 years. After that 400 years, the house of Shammai took control. So as the story of Jesus evolved with the New Testament, it got corrupted by the house of Shammai, which are the Jews of today. And, you know, they're correct by saying they don't support Jesus. No, they never did. But they corrupted the language that the Christians read today. So they don't even have the right information to use. So they can't discover the real bad people of the story, is what I'm saying.
I love history.
It is. This is a historical fact that's being discussed. You know, religion likes to use myths, and some of the stories, you know, they're very poetic, they're very rhythmic. People can get into them. They're very symbolic. People's brains store information based on symbolism. Our file cabinets in our brain are not a file cabinet like you find at the library. It's totally different. It's based on symbolism, not a basic notion of mathematical accounting. And yeah, that's why people like it.
Well, let's look at the recruiting factor. And I say, quote unquote, recruiting factor. It's someone that is unsure of who they are, where they're at, and what's going on. That is their recruiting. That is their target subject. And they got all the answers. All the answers. No, I think they cloud you from becoming you, because they make you scared of you for the fact that they dangle your soul. We're in control of you. No, they make you scared of you. Once again, I'll allude to the fact you are it. Each and every one of us is it. We have no choice but to be it. We wouldn't be here if we weren't it.
Yeah, what you were just talking about on how people try to get them into religion, that's the translation that I got out of all this, where it's about entering the covenant of the field allotment city. It was agricultural slavery back then. Today they want your cash money. They're not necessarily looking for you to go out and farm fruits and vegetables and hand those over, even though some people still do that. The Hebrew Israelite groups, there's Hebrew Israelite cults all over this country, and they're doing the original field allotment city of agricultural slavery. But the church of today doesn't do agricultural slavery. They take you in, but the recruiters, the members, those are the dream leaders that's talked about in this curse here. They are the dream leaders feeding you a dream. They're feeding people a dream to get them in. And then they talk about the opposition household, about the other group. So, you know, you guys, you know, we're separate from this this other group, they do this other thing. So they have this opposition household to talk about. So if you get into our group, our church, our system, our city, our cult, then we'll protect you, and you can be one of us, and we can grow in numbers. And then you got the priests in there, the mountain men that feed them the path of the serpent, which is the division, which is all the religious language that divides the people between the people in the group and the people outside of the group. And yeah, it's people looking for answers because they live in societies today. We live in the United States of America. It's as fucked up and twisted as any other country in the world. It might be a more pleasant place to live than other places in the world, but it's the same fucked up, twisted duality system. And our system is called the Democrats versus the Republicans, which is called a partisan system. That is our opposition household within the United States of America, but it's no different than this curse. And to get the blessing, to get out of it, to exit the covenant of the field allotment city, the only way to do it down the end, folks, is speak truth. They speak deception. We have to speak truth. And we have to speak it over and over and over again. We got to speak about what our government is doing wrong. We got to speak about what our government does and does not have for authority based on our founding documents. They have thwarted the citizens' authority. All this stuff is the same. Every bit of it is the same. These ancient writings, Forrest Fenn's poem, what we have to do politically to get control of our country. This is all the same thing. I don't know how much of this stuff that I'm talking about that Forrest knew, but I know he was looking for somebody like me. I know damn fucking well he was looking for somebody like me. He was looking for this information. I don't know how.
Do you consider yourself a spiritual man?
I do,
Before he
but
moves it, I want to
maybe
bounce real
not
quick.
in the sense that other people think of people as a spiritual man in the way that, like Forrest, I believe, thought of himself as a spiritual man. I think Forrest was probably a Rosicrucian. And
Well, the reason I ask that is a spiritual man is always looking for answers within himself. So yeah, I think Forrest was. I know I am. I'm a spiritual. I'm always looking for answers.
Yes, in that sense, yes, but also a spiritual man understands nature. When Forrest put together his poem, he put together the concepts of nature. I'm telling you guys, he used the physics of, if you want to go at the highest level, of vacuum fluctuations of the universe that creates our universe. If you want to take it into the more microcosm than that, our planet, the fluid dynamics. There's fluid dynamics known as the hydrological cycle. If you read all the clues, you should be able to figure out that describes the hydrological cycle. And he said, give the poem to a child. Why? Because a child's going to ask questions. And if you answer those questions, where warm waters halt, in the basic of physics, very basic child, elementary school level physics, you will start talking about hydrological cycle and fluid dynamics. Forrest was a physics club member in high school. He downplayed his intelligence. He was a physics club person. Somebody found that and posted it on a blog years ago. I'm telling you, and it's not even difficult. I could even do that, and maybe I'll do that, put that together, just showing the, out of the stanza 3, stanza 4, stanza 5, that is fluid dynamics. I can demonstrate that that's fluid dynamics. And by the way, people, the bishop's riddle that had been unsolved since the 1800s, The answer to that is sine wave. If you look up sine wave and you look up the Bishop's riddle and you have a grasp on the physics of a sine wave, you will see that's what the Bishop's riddle describes. And it was new science at the time the Bishop's riddle was written. So that wasn't published all around the place. It wasn't well known. That's why it was a riddle.
And it required someone, it wasn't general knowledge. They never explained it. You had to figure it out and come to that conclusion yourself, right? You had to walk that path.
Yes, and it was brand new science at the time the riddle was out. Today, it came into my mind, okay, he's talking about waves, and yeah, he's talking more than water waves. And I'm like, sine waves. So I can do a Google search because I'm in the modern world, and I did a Google search sine wave, and I looked up what a sine wave was and what it consisted of, and I was like, bingo! Within 10 minutes, I had the Bishop's riddle solved because I had that information. Yet still, you look out there and people say, "Oh, it's unsolvable. You can't solve it. It has a." That's like people say, "How deep is a hole?" Forrest was poking fun at people when he said, "How deep is a hole?" People can't answer that question. Yeah, they can't answer that question because it's very, very fucking simple. Yet the people have the ability to solve it. That simple thing, don't do it. And they tell people, "Oh, it's very complicated because because mathematics is complicated and physics is complicated. We're mathematics leaders and we're physics leaders. We're gonna make shit sound complicated so that we sound more important than you average people because we don't want you to be grounded and follow our story." How deep is a hole? It's the measurement of the depth from top to the bottom. That's how deep every single hole is. And there's an algebraic equation that can be put together for that. It is so fucking cool. It's right out there. Yet people will get all philosophical about how deep is a hole. Well, we don't know because we don't know what the hole is and this and that and the other thing. No shit. That's why you have to know. You got to measure it to find out. That's how you know. That's how we determine what a depth is.
I took it as Forrest joking. How deep is the hole? My answer depends on who's digging it. How far are you willing to go?
Absolutely, he was joking with it,
Yeah.
but he knew the physics answer of it. The question can literally be answered, but yes, he was having fun with it because he was a genius. He was an absolute genius. That was one of the first things that Dal put on how Forrest was an expert genius, double entendre. Damn skippy he was. Damn skippy he was. And that's a phrase, damn skippy. I'm not talking bad of Forrest Whitaker.
You got to throw that, in my opinion, in there. In my opinion.
It's all my opinion if it's coming out of my mouth. Knowledge is an opinion. Knowledge is a belief. Knowledge is, I accept as my opinion, the opinion of others. Yeah, they may demonstrate things with physical experiments and demonstrations and stuff like that. But ultimately, I accepted it as true. Or I accepted the authority of the individual and just assume that their experiments are correct because I've never done it. That's where we are today. We're in that within how we run our lives. We're in that in the legal system. In the legal system, people call on experts and testimony comes up. But even experts have different testimonies. Even experts have a positive and negative version to whatever the question is, a yes or a no. So even experts can disagree. So we're stuck in this field of so-called authorities, and these authorities are fucking hurting us. They're living.
Oh shit. Looks like Trusted popped off. Maybe he'll pop back on. That wasn't me. Here he comes.
Doesn't that always happen?
I'm like, damn, man, you was on a roll, and I looked up and was like, oh shit. You know how people are. I'm like, nope, that wasn't me. I didn't bop him. I didn't know. Nope, that was him. Continue, man.
You know, I think it was Troy mentioning algorithms and about the, you know, that essentially what he was saying, he didn't use these words, but essentially what he was saying is the social credit score system that's working in the United States and dealing with social media, and where you can get your ass booted off of social media, you can get booted off a live chat like is going on today. If certain keywords pop up and a certain notion is popping up, like I would identify as anti-government person.
Yeah.
Or maybe even worse, they might have that name terrorist come up because I disagree with how my country is operating and how the authority figures have thwarted the authority of the people, and they are a rogue government. I watched an interview with a former CIA director, and that's what the whole problem was with the CIA purchasing information from AT&T over the phone lines, which was the basic internet system of the day. They were taking all our information, all our emails, and they had algorithms set up that if certain keywords come up and they come up for a long enough time, you got a title. And the person interviewing and asked the CIA director, well, what do? You do certain things with that? And he got a real maniacal look on his face. And he was insinuating is we eliminate certain people. This is nothing new. I mean, they've always done that. It's just that they can do it electronically now. It's much more proficient.
Yeah. Suppressing information.
Yeah, but fuck them. We got them by the fucking balls. Old CIA documents are being released left and fucking right, and they're all over the fucking place, and it's becoming more and more evident of what it is that people in the CIA, people in the FBI, I'm not saying there isn't decent people in there. I'm not saying there isn't people doing decent work, but at the highest level, it's being used as a source of corruption. It's being used as corporate espionage. Let's talk about that for a moment.
Well, before we move on to corporate espionage, let me just say this. If they're so worried about and they're censoring conversations like this, if it wasn't true, why are you worrying and censoring it? Why? It makes no sense. If the government is censoring conversations, that must mean, oh shit, we don't want them to know the truth. Let's censor this shit.
Yeah, because they're worried about their authority. There's no telling what the stories they've been told. You know, look at this stupid insurrection of January 6th, so-called. First of all, it's not an insurrection, doesn't qualify. Whoever's calling it an insurrection out in the media is fucking ignorant. I mean, and I mean the people that wrote the script, not the person sitting there on television that's reading it. I'm talking about the people that control the media, the highest level. Those people, either one, they're ignorant, or they have, number two, they have a friggin' agenda. And the highest levels, they have an agenda because they know the end of the trail goes right to them. And there's a lot of them that live in and amongst us. They don't live in secure mansions. Let me tell you this, people. Some of the highest level people do not live in secure mansions with high security. They live in and around and amongst us, and they're scared to fucking death that they will be found out. The people that work for them, the mouthpieces, live in high security fucking places and mansions and have groups of security people and stuff like that. The people that tell those people what to do, they don't live like that. They don't fucking live like that. Evelyn Rothschild, which was the highest level Rothschild in the banking dynasty, lived in an average suburban neighborhood. I seen a guy from the Irish Hells Angels go to his house, walk in his backyard over the weekend, and go in his backyard and talk to him on video and post it on YouTube. He had huge fucking control. Huge fucking control. And all he wanted to know was who that guy was, what his name was, so he could find out about him, so he could do whatever it was he was going to do, because that's all the information he needed to fucking know. They're in and amongst us, people. The Elon Musks are mouthpieces. They're fucking, I'll call them robots. They're fucking robots because they work robots. They have a certain goal. Elon Musk's goal is I must go to Mars. I must make more money. I must do this. I must create AI. And then he turns around and tells everybody how evil AI can be and what it can be used for. Well, the government should be telling Elon Musk, you can't fucking create this. No, you cannot fucking create the AI that you want to create to get into a human's mind. But the people who control our government want to use it against us. You know, the AI that was talked about where a person could connect to their computer, which could connect to the internet, was being talked about in the 1990s. And we were talking about it in the 1990s, and it required a chip put into a person's brain, and it was real, and it worked back then. What Elon Musk is talking about today is like the flying monkeys with the hat on, right? With the little fucking electronic hat on. There's fucking experiments that Elon Musk shows that they use that has a little electronic hat on a fucking monkey where they can cross into the monkey's head and the monkey can control his fucking computer and answer questions with his fucking mind. He's not typing with his fingers. He's typing it with his fucking mind. And they can put that into human beings, which means a person can log on to their computer and they can get onto the internet using just their fucking mind. And they're trying to get it where they can do it from person to person at a local, at a near distance. All they got to do is break that Wi-Fi span in order to access the Wi-Fi of a human being, which is the ley lines we're talking about, the inner Wi-Fi of the human being. When they can access that, they will do that. And they will, they will literally get into our hearts, our minds, and our fucking souls from where they sit at their bureaucracies. And this isn't speculation. This isn't crazy conspiracy theory. These things are fact. And if people don't believe me, they should look for it themselves. There are videos.
Hold on, Trusted. Throughout history, written history, control by body and mind is the key to control the masses.
Yes,
it's all never changed.
Yes, it's all the same. It's just they're fine tuning it to the point where they want to be able to control us with their creation when we're in our houses, when we're in all our private spaces, our private time. They're literally looking to get into our souls. And it's certainly illegal to do that in our country. You cannot tell me that the excuse is, well, we want to help people that are crippled. There are people that are crippled, we want to help them. They always bring up somebody to tug at our heartstrings. You know, I feel bad for people that are born with deformities. I feel bad for people that have accidents and want to be made whole again. I feel bad for them. But if this technology is developed for that, then it can only be used for that under the most strictest senses. But I don't think it even has to happen. But if if the people want it to happen, and our country is supposed to be a democracy, and if we ever get our authority and the people say, yes, we should have this to help the weakest amongst us, the people who've been hurt the most amongst us, and we can literally rebuild them like the Bionic Man, that we should do that, then I accept that. But it should not be out in the general population. It should not be out for the government to use it to control us. It should not be used for that. It has to be limited. If it's going to be used, it has to be. You know, we have drugs out there. We used to have drugs such as opium, cocaine, and morphine that you could go to the pharmacy, drugstore, and you could buy that off the shelf in the 1800s. We know those chemicals and drugs should not be allowed that readily to the population. They are a problem if they're that easily available, because they are available illegally. People just get them and they pay more money for them. But it's dangerous. It causes a lot of problems in society, even for the individuals that are taking them themselves, even though they feel good. The same thing would have to be done with the AI, is basically a prescription. And we need more involvement of the population. Because, hey, listen, we're owners of this country. We got 350 million owners of this country, yet we go out to work every fucking day, keep the wheels going, and we're abused and we're treated like slaves. But we're all equal owners and we all have an equal say. We have no system, so our say is heard. We need that to happen. We need more groups put together for people to talk about those ideas, think tanks, not the fucking congressmen and senators to discuss it amongst the corporations on what they're going to impose next on the population and who's going to negotiate with their corporate people on what they can put into a bill so that their corporate people can have something. And yeah, we'll throw a little symbolic something of the public to tug at their heartstrings and something. That bullshit got to fucking stop. Oh, man. It's something, Street. It elevates the fucking blood pressure. It makes people get fucking, it makes people end up angry is what happens, because they get frustrated. I'm not so angry about it because I'm not so frustrated about it, because I see that it can change and I'm hopeful that it will change. It's just that enough people got to come together to make it change. I'm doing my part. I've done my part. I put these concepts out through the internet. People have taken them, latched on to them. I don't know if they're keeping them in secret, if they're putting together their own plan, their own groups and talking about it. I don't know. But I know I've launched it out into the ley lines, so to speak, of the internet. I know these things are out there. I know the ideas of constitutional amendments are out there. There's a lot of people that have different ideas about it. I know the changing of the monetary system is out there. I believe, in my opinion, that we need a national currency. It would be a fiat currency instead of the banks under our current fiat currency, where they get over half the profit of creating money. Every dollar that's created through a secured loan, the bank gets to keep that as property. Make no mistake about it. That has to stop. If that stopped, we would have more of an income, but the people would know about it. And they would have to learn how to deal with the people that say, oh, that's a fiat currency, it don't work, it's not backed by anything. Well, for crying out loud, the people have been living in a fiat currency for over 100 years, and guess what? There's nobody old enough around that's even fucking living when this thing started. So that's all you people have known is a fiat currency. The so-called gold-backed dollar in the beginning of the Federal Reserve was a lie. It was a lie. The Federal Reserve banks issued 4 times the amount of gold certificates as they had gold on deposit. And they were using those to steal the gold from the Treasury. Make no mistake about it. The banks were working at stealing the gold from the treasury, all of it, by creating money in the form of a certificate, then ordering it from the Department of the Treasury and taking the fucking gold for themselves. It was Franklin Delano Roosevelt that said, this shit got to stop. They're going to take all the fucking gold. What do you mean we have 4 times the amount of certificates printed than we do have gold? We got to do something about this. And that's when the gold confiscation happened in 1934. And yeah, the average person says, oh, they're fucking us, they're taking our gold. Yeah, absolutely. Because, you know, the one thing that happened wrong was they didn't point the finger at the right problem and say, you motherfuckers are stealing all the bullion out of the fucking treasury, and take it from them and deal with them and fix the banking system properly at that time. Instead, they let the fucking liars, cheaters, and thieves continue on. And to this point today, our congressmen and senators do not fully understand the capabilities and how the Federal Reserve banking system works to profit the banks and create money. They do not know. And therefore, they should not have the positions they have.
The banking system is based on control. Once again, control. It's all about control. Laws, society is all about controlling the masses.
Yeah, the people get to live the life of luxury. Whatever they fucking want, they can have. Like I said, it's the mouthpieces that you see out there. I'll call them the wealthy celebrities. It's the wealthy celebrities that get out there in the public. It's the Elon Musk. It's the Bill Gates. It's the Jeff Bezos. It's those rock stars that have such big money, and everybody would love to be their friends, so they'll talk good shit about them no matter what it is that they're really fucking doing. They'll defend them in everything as though somehow they're going to end up being able to be Bill Gates' friend, Jeff Bezos, or Elon Musk. They're fucking living in a pipe dream if that's what it is they have in their mind. Now, they may have a job associated with one of those people or more, and it might scare them, so they support them in those manners. But those are the rich celebrities. We have other celebrities that what they do is they sell products for the big corporation. They make tons of money. We look up to them because they make tons of money. You know, basketball players, football players, boxers, it doesn't matter, whatever kind of superstar that comes out there that's been able to do something at a high level of achievement. Next thing you know, they're selling Nike, they're selling Adidas, they're selling whatever, Bellagio's, and it doesn't matter. There's tons of fucking shit. Those are the celebrities that we're looking towards. They're sucking us into this fucking vortex. Do we really need $1,000 pair of sneakers? No, we do not. Do kids in the inner city that barely have anything, do they really need $1,000 pair of sneakers? No, they don't. Why do they desire them? Because of peer pressure. Because of fucking peer pressure. The fucking peer pressure of the children of the little fucking salesmen for the fucking celebrities, for the corporations. They don't know it. They're you know what they call in the Forrest Fenn fucking community here, the influencers. The fucking influencers go all the way down to the last person at the bottom that's supporting something is an influencer. Fuck these people that try to grab the fame as a marketing genius. None of them are fucking marketing geniuses. Each and every one of them take our fucking ideas and use us for them to get fucking money. The fucking moving industry does the same thing. The fucking book industry does the same fucking thing. People could say, I'm doing the same fucking thing because I'm looking at other people's knowledge and gathering up together. The whole premise of knowledge and belief and adopting, that's how it fucking works. But That's only to say it's not an illegal action per se. What I'm saying is they're fucking frauds, is what I'm saying. The authors, the fucking movie writers, the producers, they're all fucking frauds using your ideas, my ideas, the people around your ideas. When you see a movie come out and say, oh, gee, that looks like what it is we were talking about. It might very well fucking be, because we're talking about it on public and somebody can grab it and they push it along to the right person that has a connection, and that person has a connection, they push it uphill, and some of them people uphill get paid. That's the way Netflix works. Netflix does documentaries, they hire these little production companies, they get people to work for free. Anybody working on a Forrest Fenn documentary is doing it for free. Free. They're giving their information to them for free. They're going out and doing acting and going on location for free. The people, the producers above them are looking to make money. They're gathering up the information. Then you hear people talk about it, they talk about Jens. Oh, Jens is using all his money to put this documentary together. So we feel bad for Jens because he's putting out his fucking money. Hey, Jens, are you paying everybody whose information that you're using? Would be my question to Jens, and I don't need him here to answer it because the answer is fucking no, you are not. Because that is not how your system works. You make the fucking profit, the people above you make the profit, and the people with the working ideas get nothing. And that's how our entire fucking country, that's how our entire fucking world works, and it has to fucking stop.
I agree. It has to. It's the only way we can survive.
In the meantime, I'm going to gather up ancient information, which is past the 70-year time frame. So I'm not hurting anybody in their copyrights in the meantime. I mean, how much more money does Steven Spielberg need? How much more money does any of the fucking producers in fucking Hollywood that got multi-millions of fucking dollars? How much more fucking money do they need? Do they still have to operate under taking the little guys' fucking dreams and thoughts and gathering of information together and using it to profit themselves and walk past, if they dare go out into downtown LA and walk past the homeless fucking people? There might be somebody in a fucking tent that had the fucking ideas for the latest fucking thing that the producers are about to produce, and he's fucking dying living on fucking meth and the little bits of food he can get at a food shelter. Should he fucking be there when those are his fucking ideas? No, he fucking should not.
It's disgusting, in my opinion. And I've said it many times. I believe, in my opinion, the New Kids on the Block, Christianity, is the worst thing that ever happened to this planet. The worst thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It got hijacked, Street. It got hijacked in the early part of it. In the very early part of it, it got hijacked. It lasted for 400 years while the House of Hillel was in control, and then it was over. In the 4th century AD, and we know what happened at that point in time. That was when the Council of Nicaea put together what scriptures would be what we call the Bible today. Those were the people working on behalf of what people call Jews today, the people that follow Judaic Christianity, that follow rabbinic Judaism of the day. Those people are the ones that corrupted everything. Before then, I mean, there was no reading even in Latin at that time to the public. But when they started reading in Latin, people didn't know what the fucking Latin meant anyhow. But the Latin itself is corrupted in meaning, so they could still feed the myths to people. But if you go back beyond it, before it, you can put together and see what it is, what was actually known. And it is known at the higher level. What I'm talking about is documented in the Vatican. Whether there's actually anybody active looking at the things and putting it together, that's a totally different story. The answer to that question is probably no. But those are the people, and that's when it happened. 4th century Christianity was when it all collapsed and evil side took over.
With the purpose of manipulation and control by all means justifiable.
No. No. If the truth, and that's the thing, Jesus of Nazareth, the story of Jesus of Nazareth, the individuals or the group of Jesus of Nazareth, and even a particular individual called Jesus of Nazareth was spreading the word of Hillel for the Jewish people. He wasn't spreading the word of Hillel for the Gentiles. That was really not the mission of Jesus of Nazareth. It was to straighten out the Jewish population because the truth will set them free. But the same exact standards works for any society. It can work today. If our country gets its act together and the people get control of the country and they have a say-so, and we get the right structure so we can vote on and operate our country as an actual democracy and an actual republic, because we don't have those. But once we have that, we can then be the moral authority of the world and say to these other countries that's equal in size to us, you guys are a piece of shit, and this is why. Until we straighten out our country, as a country, we don't have the moral authority to do that. Because the only thing our country does is go around and bully other countries. We support our country, and when I say our country, I'm talking about the people that control our government. They support Saudi Arabia that is against against women's rights, which is a form of human rights violations, the way that they treat the women. The Iranians treat their women pretty badly too, but they're not as bad as the Saudi Arabians, to tell you the truth, in my understanding. But our country supports Saudi Arabia, but they don't support Iran. Why is that? That's because the nation of Israel wants part of Iran. They want part of Iran. Their goal ultimately is worldwide, but they're starting and they're locating and they're expanding outwards to the territory that was supposedly given to Abraham by God. And it's funny how that word God resonates with people in such a way, because, and I'm telling you, and it's actually Egyptian magic, and I know how it works, and I know how to cast a spell in Egyptian magic, and God is a Egyptian spell word, and that's why it resonates with people. And so when people use it over and over again, they know they can resonate with other people to get their attention, is what most people use it for, because they don't really know what it was supposed to be used for. But there's others. They're all in my book. All the Egyptian spell words are in my book, in what I divulge there. But as I also identify, the spell that's a curse is the same spell that's a blessing, but you have to know how to speak either one, to do either one in that manner. But it's real. It's real. And that's why they use buzzwords like God or even Jesus. People say, oh my goodness, Jesus resonates with me. Just the name. We used to sing songs about the name Jesus. And that's why. That's why certain words will resonate. And that's all magic, folks. That's all magic. Because real Jesus is a rational man.
Yeah, yeah, grounded, grounded. That's a good word. I like that word, grounded, grounded.
But it's amazing on how long the information has been out there. I mean, we're talking 1600 over 1600 years. You know, if we use the Council of Nicaea as the measurement on how long is this rope. So we're looking, I think the Council of Nicaea was 323 AD, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, guess what? We're at an anniversary. This year is the anniversary.
Surprise.
This is the 1700th year anniversary. I wonder what's going to happen this year. That's funny. I got that old channel called January 17 Forever. Oh, that's funny shit. We're in January. It's the 17th century of the fucking evilness that was going on. So now what? Where do we go from here forever? Do we continue on, people? Do we want to continue on with what's going on and make it forever? I don't think you do, because I'll tell you what, as far as I'm concerned, if people don't fucking step up and start doing the right fucking thing in my lifetime, they're gonna wish that they had, because the shit that I put into motion, you're gonna be in a forever land in whatever it is that you choose. You can believe it to be real or not. You can take it as a threat or not. It's not meant to make anybody fear. It's not to make anybody do anything particular. I'm just telling you the way that it is. You know, once you hear information, you're responsible for it. So use it wisely. Use it wisely. And I know that once I got all my information together and I got it on a website, I'll be able to bring people to it. I'm going to use my own money earned to do that. I'm going to sell my ebooks, and I'm going to dedicate a portion of that to doing advertising to get it out into the population. And that is my plan. And that has been my plan for 14 years.
Nice. I look forward to hearing about it, man.
But if you want a free copy on the current stuff that I got in PDF form, you can find it at my most recent video. And like I said, I'll make it more easily found. And I don't know, I could probably even get a domain this coming month and get some website hosting and a new email, because I need a better email where I can store my files and send my files from there automatically for the ones that I sell. But like I said, I'm going to have free information for people available. I'm going to have free information so they can have a basic knowledge and understanding of what's going on and how things work. They don't have to buy anything, but they're going to be people that want more, but to know the basics, you don't, and I'm gonna repeat it over and over again. I'm gonna repeat it on the website. You don't have to buy anything, people. If something strikes your fancy, you're interested in it, that's nice. And, I'll even tell people I'm going to put a percentage. I don't know, maybe I'll start with 10%. Maybe I'll start with more and then back it down to 10% as thing goes on. I don't really know.
I'd like to make this comment. Lucky Digger just put in, aren't there already books like yours? Well, just because someone's written a book about a topic does not mean no one else can put a different perspective. I don't apologize, Lucky Digger. You and I have always, if you have a bubble to bust, Lucky's the woman for you. She'll bust every fucking bubble you have. No matter what your dream is, Lucky will bust it, man. She always has this. She's like Eeyore. It'll never work.
No, that's all right.
We're all
That's all right.
fucking
I actually appreciate the question, because these challenging questions that I'm going to have to deal with. So I really appreciate the question. And I think it's a good question, because that's the first thing people think. And the answer, Lucky Digger, is no. I am using some information from other people in more recent history, but everything that I put together, this Saturn pattern, I call it, this Saturn pattern right here, using the floral life pattern with all these hexagons, this is my design. I put this design together a decade ago. This is my design. I put this together when I operated as Rebuild the World. This is nobody else's work but mine. And then putting the letters into this, the pictographs that became letters, putting them into the flower life graph. Oops. Next one down. Putting them into the flower life graph like this. When I put this out, I call this the first scroll, because this can be done in one line. You can literally weave paper, because I did it weaving paper myself. But you can make a scroll like they would have made in ancient times, like they would have made with papyrus. And using this pattern, you can weave papyrus and make a scroll instead of making just a sheet, like a sheet of paper. Because the people that did block lettering just made a sheet of papyrus, and they attached them together, and then they folded them. If you notice, the people that call themselves Jewish people today use scrolls. This is how original scrolls would have been weaved into a uniform strength. I'm telling you, this is something that I had rediscovered, but it's so old. This is my work in this rediscovery. Nobody else, the experts won't even agree that this is an achievement. I put these letters in here, the individual letters. I came up with the size that was being used here based on that egg of life, or like Candy was saying, they also call it the serpent egg, which are those particular names and names that other people had given it. And yes, I'm going to use those names. They're fair game. Some of this information that I use when I use the Enneagram of Personality came out in the 4th century Christianity. Hey, wait a minute. 4th century Christianity is the line that we discovered at the end of the rope where evil took over, that a 4th century Christian mystic felt it necessary to put important information out into the public. He knew the writing on the wall. And what did he choose? He didn't choose to be secret. He chose to illuminate the population and put the information out into the public, because there was a line of demarcation. I didn't know that it was the 17th century line of demarcation this year, but I have another particular group of information gathered out that I feel is important, that tells a specific story. But the answer to Lucky Digger is no. There is nobody that has put this out, and I have watched, I had paid close attention for 14 years on the internet. I went to places that were predominantly Jewish. I went to places that dealt with the ancient Hebrew language. I went to Jeff Benner's Ancient Hebrew Research Institute, which does excellent work, by the way. I learned a lot about him and the ancient Hebrew pictograph language, but I don't use his work. He has his different interpretations of what it is that's going on. I even discovered that some of the pictographs were different. So no, it's my work. And when you get down to the point in the book, which I'm scrolling down to right now as I'm talking, and maybe I'll hurry up. I think if I click this, I can hurry up. See, I'm not that good at navigating. But when you get to this point, this is 100% my work. 100% my work. This next one on the next page, 100% my work.
My word for
Yeah.
me as indicating to know who you are, to find out who you are, your own individual war.
What's that?
I said, when you say 100% my war for me, is that my war for me to indicate a trial and tribulation to find out who you truly are, each of us individually, who we truly are? Is that my war for me?
Well, did you hear me say my war for me?
I think so.
Okay, cool. No, that's cool that you heard that, because I was just saying that this was 100% my work.
Oh, you said my work? I swear to God, I heard
No.
my war for me, man, which is
Well,
kind
that's
of the
because-
same thing.
No, wait a minute. That's because it's so close and so similar, because the actual words I believe I used was my work by me. But because your mind is familiar with my work for me, that's what you heard. That's
And they
magic,
go
my
hand in
friend.
hand. They do. It's the same thing.
That's magic.
It is.
But anyhow, yeah, this it's the same thing. It's the same thing, and that shows you how brilliant Forrest was. My war for me is my work by me. And yes, we have our own personal wars. I mean, this is a war that we're talking about. In the church, they call it spiritual warfare. And they even have scriptures. But, you know, I think it was Isaiah. It was either Isaiah or Daniel said, you know, wisdom is useless. And basically what was being spoken about, to give wisdom to a bunch of slaves is absolutely useless. You got to give them the truth. Then we can talk about wisdom. First, they need the truth to deal with and get out of the fucking slavery that they're in.
The illusion. Yeah.
The illusion, the magic. So yeah, I mean, this has been quite a journey for me. And like I said, I got lots of it. I have a lot more. I had a lot more information. I had another computer that had more information on it that I no longer have, and it's probably ended up in the junkyard. But, you know, that's just the way it is. And the way that I had been doing this is I was evolving with translations, because the translations evolved because of how a pictograph language is, because a picture's worth 1,000 words. It expands. And, so my translations changed over the years. The translations that I use today that I find are the most, I don't want to say the word vague. They're not vague because the letters change them into being vague. They're not vague, they're specific, but they're actually the most precise. I believe they're the most precise in order to translate the first chapters in Genesis, which describe what it is that I'm talking about. As the chapters go on, there's less and less of it. Even though I started a copy of translating every single word using this system that I'm using, but I don't expect it to yield anything through very many chapters, maybe up to chapter 11, but I don't see it yielding anything other than to give me a reference point if I continue on through the chapters. And that's just because the way that I do it, I can take the entire book of Genesis, put it into a software, do a search for a particular Hebrew word, put my abjad, because this is called abjad when each letter, each individual picture is translated, come up with that meaning, then reinsert that into the book where the English meaning was. So as I'm going through the book, I will come across it at a later date if I want to edit a chapter, a page, a verse. So it's already there for me, for the capabilities of being an editor, because it's a lot of work to edit this stuff, a lot of work.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
a multiple if you look at eSword, which is the software that I use to search out information, such as the Hebrew words, if you look at the size of the staff that they had to do that, I think it's fair to say I would need an equal size staff to do what it is that I'm doing, because I'm basically retranslating everything, but doing the same thing and giving the same references. It's just that my references are different. The way that I'm doing mine and I'm doing a limited amount of chapters. And like I said, I'm going to do a glossary for the first chapter. And maybe that's what I should do, is a glossary for each chapter that I do. That probably will make it the easiest for people to do and view. So as they go along, they know they have a glossary at the end of the chapter and look at that chapter, so that I can keep it in this basic PDF structure, which is very simple. It's easily downloadable, and I should be able to put audio on it. For some reason, it wasn't accepting it. I don't know. But when I get a new computer, I'm going to get a new LibreOffice is the name of the program I'm using to make the PDF. I'll get a new copy of LibreOffice and see if that's the problem with me putting the audio into this. And I'm pretty sure that it is. Maybe there's a flaw or a bug that was in the older version that I'm using, because this is from an older laptop that I had, where I had some of this information stored. So I had to transfer it from my most recent laptop where I had this kind of information stored, because that's how much information I've been gathering, is filling up computers with doing these translations. That's the volume of friggin' information. But anyhow, I'm planning on the future having audio, but that's when it goes up into the realm of wanting to sell my work. The very first thing is to get stuff out into the public to people for free so they understand the basics, so they understand what's going on in the world.
And anybody interested can follow on and pay per view. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I don't think there's anything wrong or nefarious in it. We're not being nefarious trying to gather up people in order to sell them something. You know, I'm going to follow the laws when I do this. You know, there are certain laws when people operate a business. There are certain laws on people handling other people's information. And you actually have to use a disclaimer on your website when you do it. So when you see these YouTube businesses being operated and you hear how they're using people's private information, that's it. That's most definitely illegal, and most definitely illegal on the basis of their business. They've actually committed an offense against somebody through their business. Their business has violated the individual, and actually they're entitled to compensation for that. So keep that in mind when you see these YouTubers operating their businesses and selling their goods on YouTube, that they're operating a business. And if they're using the private information that you're giving them during that course of business, and they didn't notify you that they would use the information that way, they've broken laws.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's actually money values, and I don't know, they're like $500 each time they do it, or something of that nature. I think it's similar to the when people do bad credit collection practices. It's like $500 per violation if they contact you after you tell them not to contact you properly. Once you contact them properly and say, don't contact me again about this debt that you're claiming, if they contact you again, they owe you $500. But people don't do it, and they still do it, and they do it for years or even decades to people.
Yeah. Yeah. Lack of knowledge and control. Someone's kind of trying to control someone that has a lack of knowledge.
Yeah. I mean, how many YouTube businesses have we seen on YouTube during the Forest Fen hunt? How are those people running those YouTube businesses handled other people's personal information? Have they shared that personal information with other people in their inner circle? We damn well fucking know they have. Did they violate the law when they did that? 100% absolutely they have. Is there a cost of that? Yeah, there is. And I think, I'm not positive, but I think it's $500 every time they did it. And by the way, what is a YouTube business? And I'm going to use Copper Dan as an example. He was on here recently. And after him being on, I was thinking about it. Who got the tax deduction for the $14,000 that the person that bought his map, I don't know what to call it, his frame with the Forest Fen map on it? Who got the tax deduction for that $14,000? Because it appeared to me that it went up for auction and that Copper Dan collected the money. So Copper Dan got the $14,000. Then I imagine he took expenses off of it and then handed the rest to St. Jude, which is what he claimed. So we don't really know what he took for a deduction for his operating expenses. But nonetheless, whatever the amount was, who got the tax deduction? Copper Dan or the person that paid the $14,000? Because
Copper Dan got it.
Then he operated a business.
Yes. And Golden Nuts is the one who purchased it. But you're correct. Copper Dan got the tax write-off.
Then he operated a business and he had a $14,000, well, maybe not profit, but he had a $14,000 gross income for that deal. Fully taxable. Not to say that his company couldn't make a charitable donation, because that's that's how you know a fake charity from real charity per se. Not that it's 100% true, but when you're talking about giving a group and buying something at auction for money that's supposed to go to charity, that group should be a 501c3 or equivalent, so the individual that won the auction can get the tax deduction. And the charity itself can deduct the expenses of whatever, buying the item, building the item, but they have to file as being a nonprofit and identify to the public what they did with that money that they got.
Yeah, yeah.
So when I see stuff like that, and when I seen Packer Jack come in and the way he was getting everybody excited about the entity, and I got 6 pages of notes and this and that. And by the way, Copper Dan is having an auction for charity because we're really good guys. When I heard that kind of shit, I knew that that's what the entity was all about. It was about getting people excited to go buy and purchase from Copper Dan through an auction something he made. Not buy from Copper Dan's charity, legal charity, that the person could get a tax deduction. No, because they didn't get it. They didn't
Well,
get
was Jack offered any money to sign his name? No, he signed it wrong, but that's beside the point. He was not given any compensation. So where's the compensation come from? Granted, I said it back in the day. It's honorable that you're helping children, St. Jude's, but at the same time, let's look at the big picture. It was a tax write-off, plain and simple.
which equals profit. Tax write-off equals profit. You think about the amount of real profit that came out of that thing. Let's say it cost them $1,000 to put that together, which I don't think it did, but let's say $1,000. That's $13,000 profit. How much is the business taxes on $13,000? That's his tax. That's the amount of profit on the back end. So for people to say that I'm doing this for charity reasons, no, you're not. You did it for profit. You did it in order to take whatever you did that you sold and made throughout the year and get rid of the taxes you had to pay on that.
Yeah. It
Which
probably
equals
had
cash
wood
money.
and all map. He probably had less than $300 in the whole investment and took a tax write-off of $14,000. Yeah, that's a win-win.
Yeah, the tax rate would, right, if he put 300, the tax write-off would have been 13,700, I believe.
Yeah, win-win for him. And he looks good in community. Now, once again, I'll reiterate, I'm not beating him up for it. Let's just call it for what it is. You know,
Yes.
I enjoy chatting with Copper Dan when he comes in, but let's just address it as I see it. And I see it the same way you do, Tristan.
Yeah, I don't know what tax bracket he's in, so I don't know what percentage it is that it would be, but you know, it's a business level tax situation. In a business level tax situation, you know, he works for his company, whatever kind of structure his company is, he works for his company. So he's an employee. which means he has self-employment tax, which is Social Security. So there are a lot of things in there. So I don't know what the amount is, but I know it's substantial. I know it's more than half. So more than half puts it at over $6,500 cash value. So that was not for the community. That was not for St. Jude. That was for a cash value. And whoever he promised, I don't know, what do they call them? Influencers? Whatever the influencers get paid. I don't know if Packer Jack got paid, but he certainly was an influencer to get people into doing that. No doubt about it. He ran that with the entity. He used that he ran that story with the entity story to get people excited. That was the advertising campaign to launch off that auction. No doubt about it. If you were there, you know that I'm not exaggerating. So yeah, that kind of thing gets people pissed off, and that's what that's the kind of stuff that get Troy all pissed off, where he's talking about people making profit. He wasn't talking about people making profit like $2 on a searcher coin. He's talking about the other kind of shit, the nefarious shit, like people making $6,500 off a fake scam fucking situation for charity. People that weren't clearly told what was going to happen with the money if they won that. I don't remember seeing all that information at the auction. If somebody does, or if Copper Dan has that information and can show that it was listed at the auction on what was being done with the money that comes from the auction, other than a vague statement that St. Jude is going to get the money, because that doesn't tell the whole story.
No, it just, it paints a picture that you're a canvas. You're trying to cover something up. Your true intentions. And once again, I get along with Copper Dan. We talk. He was in the other night. But let's just call a spade a spade. I mean, let's look at the truth. It's opinion.
Yeah, he did it. He did it to earn money. He could have said that. He could have said that. He could have said, I'm doing this, and this is the structure, and this is what it is. He didn't do that. I know damn well he didn't do that, because I mentioned it at the time that it was going on. No, there's something wrong in Denmark here. There is not enough information being divulged about this auction. And I'll tell you what, I would have been pissed off to no fucking end. Pissed off to no end if I paid $14,000 for something and I did not get a $14,000 tax deduction for charity when I was told the auction was for charity. Or if I wasn't given an accounting on how much money exactly was taken. Well, we know there was 14,000 taken in. How much money exactly went to St. Jude, and under what name was it given to them, so that I could verify that what had happened. If I wasn't given all that information, I would have been pissed off to no fucking end. Because that's a lot of money, and done underneath the guise of charity, then the person should get a tax deduction for charity, or they should be told in advance that somebody else is getting the legal tax deduction that a 501c3 can offer.
Well, I think the lesson of the moral of the story I read through all that is if you got some force fin shit to sell, Eugene's your man. That motherfucker will buy it.
Well, that's nice, but seeing it was under the guise of charity, I think he should have been the one to get the tax deduction. I don't think it was fair the way that it wasn't clearly stated in the auction. For anybody in the auction, that's a lot of money. That's a lot for what that was. That's a lot of money. So I think, in the very least, Copper Dan owes a statement of accounting to the winner of that auction.
Would you pay $14,000 for that map, Trusted?
Not even if I had the money.
No.
Not even.
Money's not an issue. Did you have any inclination to buy that misspelled map?
If I wanted to buy it and money was no issue, and it got up to the point that it would take offering 14,000, there would be the sense that it was forest fin associated. So there's that collectible situation, but it would be the charity part that would put it over the edge to make me open up my wallet that much.
Eugene has actually went on the offensive and said, you all's going to be sorry when the true story is told that I spent 14,000. Like he's proud of it. Like he's holding it for an investment. An investment.
Well, that's fine. Maybe he knows something I don't know. But, that doesn't make it right to take advantage of him.
Well, it's been an interesting conversation. I'm pretty toast, man. I'll be on tomorrow. Hope to see you there, Trusted. We can carry on this conversation.
Oh, tomorrow's another live day?
Yeah, Saturday.
Oh, dang. Lady Otak was trying to pass me to be host when she came on at lunchtime. And the only reason I clicked on the link because it was a lunchtime thing. So I figured there's only a certain amount of time that it's going to go. And then she tried passing the torch to me and I didn't want it because, there's been a lot of live shows going on recently and I need some time to myself and even nap time. I had a nap this afternoon after I got done doing some more work on my PDF. And when I woke up, you guys were on. So, it gets to be a little much because I don't have a particular being up and going to sleep type thing. So I may or may not have enough sleep when somebody comes on live, but I enjoy it. I enjoy this group. I really enjoy this group. I enjoy the majority of the people that come in chat. The ones that I don't enjoy get kicked out anyhow, so it don't matter.
Well, how dare you, Trusted? We're live, damn it. You have to be there. Shit, what the hell's wrong with you? You have to commit.
I do feel compelled to come in. I do feel compelled. Like I said, I like the group. I like the group. I like the stuff that people are talking about. I like the philosophical type aspect that Street thinks of things, and he can think of all things in the philosophical realm. I enjoy that. I believe you, Mr. Street, to be a very wise man, and I don't say that lightly. I mean that with all my heart. The intelligence level of everybody that's here, the regular people that are here, and even the people that are here and they stay, the intelligence level of them is incredible. The research that Lady Otak has done and the stuff that I'm finding, that what I've been working on is associated with what it is that she's talking about. It's incredible because I never would have found or put together those particular aspects if it wasn't for that. So, it's really interesting to hear what she has to say. And yeah, it's really something. And
Well,
Troy,
like minds think alike. I enjoy listening to your concept on things, but please do me a favor. Stop calling me Mister, man. Please, please. We're all on the same page here. No one's different than anyone else.
well, what would you prefer me to say when you're online?
Straight. Just straight.
Okay.
Straight.
Okay. Okay, it's one of those things that's in me, and you know why, because of my age, it was nailed in our head. If you put the word Mr. or Mrs. or Miss at the beginning, it's an added respect to the individual. And that's the only reason I do it.
Well, once again, yeah, I'll block you. If you keep calling me Mister, I'm gonna block your fucking ass, man. Stop it. We're no different. We're on the same fucking level. We're walking the same path.
But please warn me before you block me. I mean, only because that's the reminder. I'm not gonna take it as a threat. If you say, you better stop calling Mr. Boy, I won't even take it as a threat if I say it just like that.
Well,
Because,
initially,
I'll just take it as a reminder.
Initially, I thought, man, he's trying to put a fucking target on my back. Look at him. He's put, motherfucker, you're speaking more shit than me. How dare you put a target? You're just trying to skate out and make me you're making me a scapegoat, you fucker.
Tag, you're it. No, I wasn't. No, it's a habit. I do that. Sometimes if I know a person's name, if I think it's their nickname, I'll use their proper name, and it really is what I think their proper name is, and then they'll correct me, so I'll find out what their proper name is. But it only has to do with respect in my own habits of when I talk to people, and etiquette that I was taught when I was younger. Those things got beat into my head pretty good, I guess. And like I said, I might forget. So, a reminder saying, stop calling me Mr. I'll ban you, is well accepted.
Well, now come on, who you fooling? You're fucking older than me, man. Who you trying to fool? Trusted? You're like 20 years older than me. Come on, man.
You know something? If people knew me and knew everything, but didn't live with me, for example, or was a family member, they could think that. Like when I showed up in Maine when I was in my 20s, and then as especially when I started getting older looking and getting gray hair and stuff like that, if they met me at that point in time, they could have thought I was 20 years old and say, this fucking guy's CIA or something. He got a fake name. If Shy Guy got a look at that, Shy Guy would be saying, this is supposed to be the real information for this guy. This is some fake fucking shit right here. Oh, this is where he's been? This is what he's been doing? That's bullshit. This fucking guy's a CIA plant or something. And no, I'm not. But it could look that way. And I'll throw one last thing in for you to ponder on. I believe 100% the CIA has been in my life since I was a child. And the reason was because my mother was an asset manager for the federal government as a civil servant in the United States Air Force, and she handled assets for the CIA and the Air Force, and she knew what was going on around the world before anybody else did. And it was probably national security reasons at the time to justify following my ass, leading me in certain directions. Like I told the stories before, I ended up working on a building with a crooked FBI operated out of. I ended up living in Maine where somebody close to me said that people are afraid of you because you know how to kill people and make them disappear. People are afraid of you because they think you can identify the CIA agents. I'm like, where the fuck did that come from? And as life goes on and I do more research looking at what I have gone through, because to understand for myself what I went through is an adventure in my own. The CIA agents they were talking about were actually organized criminals, and they actually had vacation houses and even bought regular houses and trailers and all kinds of stuff in the area that I ended up settling in and buying a house. And those were the people that were afraid that I could identify CIA agents. Hey, but that's 30 years ago. And it wasn't classified because I wasn't in the know.
Just because you don't see them doesn't mean they're not following you.
Fucking damn Skippy. And it doesn't mean you're crazy. It doesn't mean you're crazy either. But
No, no.
schizophrenia does have that that element where people talk about the they or the them or the Chase Inc. You know, that's schizophrenia that fucking Dave Waters is operating under. That's schizophrenia that Bill Gorman is operating under. That's schizophrenia that Barbara Anderson is operating under. And you can't tell me no fucking different.
I
I know
agree.
better. I fucking know better.
I agree 100%, man. That's what they're afflicted with.
But anyhow, good night, Street. And I got it right that time. I didn't say Mister, but keep me on task on that.
Yeah, if you're free tomorrow, I'll be going live just to hang out and bullshit. Nothing in general, man. Just hang out and bullshit thoughts.
Yeah, I'll probably be compelled to click on the link because even if there isn't something that I can participate in at the moment, I'm finding it therapeutic to do some of my computer work at the same time. I started doing it when Jeremy started going live with his channel called Jeremy Was Here. I started doing my pictograph drawings, the floral life pattern, and I found it therapeutic to listen to him talk about his artistic work, which is much more better than the artistic level of my kind of drawings. Mine's very simple CAD, click, click, you know, line here, line there, very simple shit. His is very artistic. But yeah, I find it therapeutic to do some of my work while listening. So that's why sometimes I lose track of the conversation. But anyhow, yes, Street, I would be compelled to click on the link if you're live tomorrow.
Cool. I look forward to it, man. Everyone in chat, trusted, everyone, have a good one, man. Until we meet again.